Home3 Watcher. Hey, Drizzle. Yeah, it is indeed about time. Yeah, I'm hoping starting next week I can actually begin these streams a wee bit earlier. I know I said that last week, but yeah, this week wasn't quite able to make it in time for an early stream. But I did, and you're gonna be the first one to hear this, Home3 Watcher. I finally got my fucking headset. Yep, huzzah. I mean, I got it. I'm not using it. That too, I did give you guys Sunday, but I was hoping to start this a bit earlier. But at the same time, I was kind of like, well, I wasn't able to make it. And I also decided that I should probably eat before I start today's stream, so that took some time too. Or to prep some food. We will forgive you. Well, I appreciate that, Drizzle. Thank you. How you doing, Drizzle? It's good to see you. I saw Hum3 Watcher, I think, on Sunday. So, yeah. We're already kind of caught up. Yeah. How are things going with you, Driz? What are you up to right now? Just going to be trying to do about 35... Yeah, my goal for tonight is 35 runs. I don't feel so good after having had dinner. I might have had a little bit too much to eat, but otherwise... assuming that I can stay conscious for the next couple of hours, I'm going to be going until I hit run number 605 is my plan. Yeah. Also didn't expect you guys to be here so soon. That's, glad you guys could tune in. Found a 5-5 light facet and a low 2 days ago. Oh, I'm surprised. You're back on the grind. Damn, though. 5-5 light facet and a low rune, and I just found the little brother of the low rune, the Ko rune. Similar letters, but not the same. Yeah, similar letters, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna go up this way. Yeah, let's go top right first, and then I'm gonna do like a zigzag, I guess. Anyway, yeah, but 5-5 light facet and low, that's really good. Yeah, I really don't know what more to say than that. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with a low rune and a 5-5 light facet, but of course I haven't had such luck. Granted, I've been farming moss, so I can't really complain, but the fact of the matter is I don't have it. Speaking of which, where did you find your facet and your low rune, Driz? I'm guessing you probably found the facet off of Dury. Actually, you know what? Probably Trav, right? You're probably spamming Trav, and that's probably where you got both. It's the only place I can imagine you would have gotten both. Yesterday you didn't get to play much. Okay, well that's a bit unfortunate. Or fortunate, I can't really tell which. I guess probably you were just busy with other things, which is totally okay too. Yeah. Facet from Dury. Yeah, I mean, when I heard Facet, I immediately thought Dury, but I'm like, maybe you're just farming one location. But it does look like you're farming a couple. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I was playing on Sunday, too. I was playing on Sunday, but I wasn't actually trying to farm anything. I was just doing 2-8 with Seth. And then we actually... our first attempt at making it to Hell Bale on 2-8 was about... it was 8 hours, or sorry, 6.5 hours, I think. I don't remember the exact time, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think at the end of the day, more than the time, it's just how much enjoyment we got out of it, and also, perhaps more importantly, how much we learned. In my case, I feel like I learned a lot. But yeah, LK Trav and Bug Dury. Whoo, yeah, that's good. Ooh, what's this? It looks like that's a nice addition to my drops table. Gonna be adding that in today. Hey, Coaster, nice to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, we have this glorious thing right here. It is indeed a Leviathan. 171. I know most of you don't really care about this kind of drop, but I'll take it. Leviathan on run number 566. Alright, there you go. Cool. Anyway, yeah, gonna keep these runs up. Something I notice about these runs, though, I probably, like, most of my other characters, like, by the time I finish those characters, they're close to, like, level level 93. But if I were to guess, I'm probably not going to be anywhere near there by the time these runs are done. And just an observation I wanted to make. But anyway, yeah, Drizzle, that's cool though. That's a good rotation to have. How are you doing, Coaster? And yeah, hope you're having a lovely day, lovely evening. Let's see. Anything else? No, I think this is it. Talrune. How are you? You sound tired. Really? That's surprising. I actually have a fair bit more energy than usual. It's just that I just had dinner, and I may or may not have had a lot more food than I should have. And no, Coaster, it wasn't spam today, so don't you worry. Today was not a spam day, as much as I wish I'd had spam. Had tuna instead. Dr. Queefton. Only at 566 are crazy. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Hey man, I'm doing what I can, okay? I'm going as fast as I can here, with the time that I have to play this game. Queefton is the man. Well, evidently so. I mean, who wouldn't be a man with a name like Queef? You've been sick these last few days. Chronic illness. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Like, sick, but not with COVID, right? I know a couple of months back you said you had, like, COVID-like symptoms. I don't remember if it was, like, confirmed to be COVID, but I know that you were definitely feeling like shit a couple days, or a couple months back. Hopefully... I don't know. No, you're not, and your lies break my heart. Takes a break, gentleman, to rock queefs. Whoa, okay, here. I mean, I mean, yeah, loud and proud, dude. You gotta wear that on your sleeve, loud and proud. You got bigger testicles than I do, that's for sure. Yeah, I've had COVID. My illness is nerve damage suspected from COVID. Oof, well, that's not good. Yeah, sorry to hear that, dude. My digestive system is ruined. Damn. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That's, wow, that kinda sucks. Hope you, get better soon. I mean, that's really all I can say. Like, although, I mean, damage from COVID is, like, supposedly long-term, and people don't know for sure how long the damage from COVID, like, lasts. Like, they're guessing it'll last years to come, but it might even be permanent, but of course, like, that's what people know from the preliminary stages of COVID, so I don't know, maybe it gets better later on. It's hard to say. Okay, get sick sometimes. Yeah, well, we all do, but there's, like, varying degrees of sick. I like how you took the time to message me here. Super banana inhaler. Does one inhale a banana? Did you ever watch any of Meat Canyon's cartoons on YouTube? You should check him out. I have no idea who Meat Canyons is. Never heard of him, to tell you the truth. What does he do? What's he about, even? Like long-term effects of COVID will eventually be some sort of black lung in itself. Well, I mean, I'm no doctor. I don't know these things. Try not to really think too much of long-term effects, because, again, COVID itself is just shitty. I don't like having it, like you guys said, long-term effects. Like, some people die from that, so maybe if you have it and you know, you survived it. Maybe that by itself is already pretty lucky, I don't know. You wish you had it. Why would you wish you have COVID? That's kind of a bizarre statement to make. So you wish that you had a potentially fatal illness? Like... anyway, so Still don't know what you mean. Like my lies break your heart. I have been telling the truth. Okay, I've been telling the truth, and I've been rocking this druid all the way. I don't know what more you want from me. I'm a man of, like, I'm obviously very honest, I think. Man, it's a joke, kind of like. Queefton, what the fuck? So after you woke up from being intubated? Yeah, well, I mean, that's more or less what I'm saying. I'm like, what possible upside is there to, like, waking up? And just, well, not just waking up with the illness, but also, like, waking up getting the illness. You just wake up, it's like, oh shit, well, I feel like ass, right? Like, Anyway, Coaster was saying, basically for me, peristalsis is intermittently weakened or stopped. Peristalsis contraction that moves the food over through your digestive system, so the food stays in and gets you sick. Ah, I see. I see. Oh, that's fucked, dude. I've heard some rather unfortunate effects of COVID, like long-term effects of COVID, and like I know other people. I think some of the effects they had was like, when they got COVID, now they can't get it up. If you catch my drift. Like I'm being dead serious here. So, like, I think that in fact it was probably even you guys that had even brought this up a while back. But yeah, definitely not something that basically something to be avoided. I'd like to think, but of course easier said than done. Hey Jim Bobs, what's up? You're saying keeping this community alive is what YouTube was made for. Any non-Diablo 2 content is secondary. Well, I don't know about that. There's a lot of good YouTube content, of course. It's non-Diablo 2 related. Like, I know that you're probably saying that in jest, of course, but yeah, there's definitely other stuff on YouTube that's worth watching too, of course. For starters, you can watch anime more easily on YouTube, or the important, relevant parts. That's what I did for Naruto. I'm not gonna lie, like, liked watching Naruto, but it was kind of annoying watching that series and like seeing nothing but fucking filler for most of it. Like, you want to get to like the good shit, you know what I'm saying? Switch porn, it'll work again. What the hell? Okay. Alright. No gold here, and I'm surprised, Coaster, that you're on today. That you're actually playing. Scenario. It's of course for a jaw. Oh. Yeah, a community on YouTube was good before the censoring. I don't know about that. I feel like the YouTube community has always been pretty static. I don't know. It's always been pretty meh. It's just that YouTube itself was can be very strict on what they crack down on, and they seem to have a knack for kind of screwing over content creators. Like not me personally, but a lot of other people who make content somewhat, like, arguably for some of them, they get unrightfully like demonetized for the dumbest fucking reasons, right? Like, I don't think they deserve that personally, but anyway. Let's see, when you were explaining Slash was an old one, you were a bear druid or something. Yeah, so Rainbow Cookies apparently was watching my past content. That's good. I was wondering if he had been watching my budget videos, but... Oh, there we go. That do always have, just wanted to let you know. Alright, let's see. What else are you guys talking about here? For your COVID, just switch whatever porn you're watching, switch it up. Anime was brought up. Naruto is nice. Yeah, Naruto's nice, but I don't know why you're... Oh, you're saying with regards to not being able to get it up. That's not what I mean. What I mean is it attacks your nervous system, and because of that it causes damage to even things you wouldn't expect off the top of your head. Digestive system is one thing, as Coaster's talking about. Other people get, like, you know, problems with their junk. I personally set up my channel so I can make money on the fewest and most loyalist of subscribers. I do not even want it to hit 1,000 because what you just said, I would no longer be able to post anything. Basically, you want the freedom to put whatever content you want without any real repercussions. And when I say whatever content, I don't mean, like, you know, illegal shit, but just shit that wouldn't be illegal but would be taken down by YouTube itself. More or less, that's kind of what I gathered. Anyway. Yeah, alright, that was the end of that run. Let's move on to the next run here. People with permanent lung damage. Yeah, there were some people who were saying that your lungs work at only a percentage, like a smaller portion of whatever the original capacity was, right? So like if you had like basically, like, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I know that, yeah, it's definitely a lot of long-term damage to people's ability to, like, breathe and whatnot, and that's pretty bad. But I mean, like, this is the first time I've heard about issues with the digestive system, but I mean, after already hearing about, like, issues with trying to get it up and you know, obviously breathing problems, that's definitely, it's nasty, dude. Yeah, I don't want to fuck with that. I've been lucky enough to avoid it thus far, but well, we'll see where to go from here. Anyway, in the meantime, just want to see if I missed anything in particular. Yeah, Home 3 passed by. I didn't see anything else. Okay. Not much. Yeah, but by and large, I'm okay. I'm definitely a lot well, I'm a lot less tired today than I was last Wednesday when I streamed. Okay, there's a worse spike there. And yeah, the fact that I did my 2-8 on Sunday definitely didn't detract from how much energy I have today, which is good. It's just that, yeah, like I said, I'm still in the middle of stomaching down my my dinner, and that might take me some time. So, yeah. But my goal for tonight is, of course, to make it to run number 600. That'll be a total of 35 runs this evening. Probably a little past midnight for me, and unfortunately a little past 3 AM for you guys. Those of you in the East Coast. Okay. Vape weed for the lungs, they will heal. Just run faster. Yeah, dude, that's how we roll. Just gotta... Yeah. Just run faster, you know? Why not? Anyway, low-key though, I'm pretty hyped. Actually not even low-key. I'm totally hyped. I got my new fucking headset. I can move on with my life. This isn't the new headset, by the way. I should point that out. I just got the new headset in the mail. Gotta go unbox it and everything. Well, I wanted to get the stream started today, so I didn't get time to do it because, like, it was, well, yeah, I just want to get this up and running as soon as I could, but hopefully next time I'll have my old reliable the next time I talk to you guys. kind of headset? Logitech LX 3000. Yep. Yeah. One of the older ones, but for me it's reliable, tried and true, and it's comfortable around my head. That's the big thing too. Like, I don't really like this headset. Like, I tough it out, but it's kind of like, I don't really like wearing this fucking thing for long periods of time. Like, yeah, just feels like it squishes my head in, you know? No, 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 not 600. I said 3,000. Big difference there, okay? 3,000 is a higher number than 600, so evidently it's got to be a better computer, or not better computer. What the fuck am I talking about? Better headset. Although I guess you could argue that I have the LX 6000 right now, and this one's the kind of I prefer the 3000 to this one. So funny how that works, huh? Even crazier is that some people got COVID-19 Trey bizarre asymptomatic. Not a happens to them or will. Yeah, that's the thing. That's another thing too, right? Like, how many people are just carriers of COVID-19? Not even like, you know, they get COVID and then they have to suffer through symptoms. But like, there's people who just straight up, they have COVID and they don't even know they have COVID. They'll just say, "Oh, I have COVID." Haha, ha, and it just blows my mind that some people are in this state, I guess. What headset is this? This is, like I said, the Logitech LX. Actually, you know what? I'll let you guess. Guess which headset this is. Actually, because I said earlier, my old headset, like the one that I was using that you complained about, was the LX 6000, like the Microsoft Logitech LX 6000, and the one that I used when I used to record everything, right, and which we were both very happy with the sound quality on, was the LX 3000. Now I'm curious to see, you can like if you could tell the difference. Which one do you think this is? Because again, like, I'm curious to see if this is all in my head, you know, that kind of thing. 3K? No, this is actually the Logitech LX 6000. Funny enough. So this is the one which... This is the same headset which previously you were like, "Ah, my ears!" Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one, dude. It's crazy. Either way, no matter. I wanted to switch it out for the extra comfort anyway. Yeah. You changed the settings or updated drivers? Well, I definitely did not update the drivers. Even from the very beginning, they were updated. Perhaps changing the settings, though, yeah. I did lower the volume on this by a bit, but I still prefer the old one, of course. They have COVID-19, only been so much as sneeze on you, and they're supposedly as a 3-hour breath cloud. I don't know what you mean, but okay. I guess what you're saying is, like, they just leave this trail behind when they cough or sneeze. You bought a better voice about time. Yes, I bought a better voice. You got me there, but... No, but for real, though, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to see you guys. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Especially so quickly, too. I didn't expect all of you to be here right at this hour, like, right away. But, yeah, I'm hoping next week I can... Actually started earlier. I said that for... I was saying earlier I said that for this week, but I wasn't able to. For this week. But next week, hopefully, I'll have the time for. Coincidence, lol. What's coincidence? Not know and give it to you and breathe a 3-hour breath cloud, give up or go home, legit or quit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but okay. I think more or less what you're trying to say is yeah, they can basically just not know they have it and then just pass it to you, and yeah, well, that's basically it. Showing up immediately? Yeah, well, I started the stream, and I think 5-10 minutes in, you were already here. Same with the majority of other people. I was expecting to actually get, like, good 5-10 runs in before beforehand. But yeah, that's, I think the last time I streamed or the time before, it was, well, I mean, last Wednesday or the Wednesday before that, I think I had a good hour to myself, just doing runs non-stop, and I was like, alright, this is nice. It's unusual that I don't have people here, but it's totally cool too, because yeah, I can get closer to that 1,000 run mark. Anyway. They don't need to cough or sneeze what they breathe. We all breathe a 3-hour breath cloud. Oh, hey, look, it's Trang'al's belt. Alright. Whether that cloud breathes what we breathe, this is what scientists are trying to say. The point being is no one is safe from COVID. If you have an actual virus proof full-on face mask, that also includes the eyes. Okay, yeah. 2-meter distance and face mask will prevent spread. Not safety, and someone like me will tell you that was in the army. You only know what they will let you know. Okay, cool. I mean, thank you for this information, I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to you about it. Anyway, yeah, one of the other, I mean, just taking a step away from like the effects of COVID. I mean, we could talk on and on about the effects of COVID, but honestly, I don't. I mean, aside from wishing Coaster that he gets better soon, I don't really have much else to really say about it, right? And I don't really want to talk about potential effects of COVID right now. Something I wanted to talk about quickly. I think one of the things that sucks about COVID is that there's a lot less to talk about than usual. Like yeah, I mean, I can game. You can talk about games that are like Black Ops Cold. I don't know how many. Actually, I can talk about that later. But yeah, Black Ops Cold War got announced, and they did some gameplay footage of it, and blah blah blah. And I'll talk about that in a second. But by and large, like, it feels like not as much is happening. At least not for me. I mean, like yeah, everything is going back to being shut down around where I'm in BC, right? So a lot of the stuff around me was open for a while, like huzzah, great, and then they went and closed it all back up again. So it's like, all right. I mean, it's not like we get the choice to go. Well, we have the choice to go out if we really want to, but obviously, I mean, not too many people want to go. Not everyone wants to go out to, myself included, right? Like, I don't want to fucking go out and risk getting that shit as much as possible. Like, obviously sometimes I have to, but I'd rather minimize that as much as possible. Don't learn. A nice belt. Yeah, thanks. I like Trang belt. Trang belt's a really good belt. Very versatile. Strength requirement's the main drawback to it, but aside from the 91 strength rec, which, I mean, obviously if you have a spirit, it's not a big deal. But if, you know, you're a lower level character, you do have to invest some number of points in strength to wear it. Now, anyway, point is, it's got CBF, which I think is fucking awesome. It allows you to kind of skip past going Ravenfrost in favor of like some other ring. Like if, for example, oh, there we go. If, for example, you wanted, I don't know, what's a good example here? If you wanted to go like double Angelics with an Angelic Amulet, or if you wanted to like, because I mean, I'm assuming that if you're wearing a Trang belt, then you're maybe making like a melee character or something. Probably wouldn't be rocking a Trang belt on a caster. Maybe you would if you don't have any better options, but it doesn't really provide res, so I'd probably rather have like a rare sash or some kind of rare demon hide sash with like with stats or res on it. Anyway, point is, yeah, Trang belt's really nice. I like it for a lot of unusual builds, especially as a temp, right? Like, obviously later on down the line, probably you're gonna want to switch over to Ravenfrost or some other, like a Cham rune or something. But if you're as an in-between, if you're trying to, you know, if you're transitioning your characters as an in-between, then CBF, Trang Belt is definitely a pretty easy, like, early game source, right? Like, day 1, day 2. It's pretty nice. Anyway, let's see. What else were you guys talking about here? Oh, man. Oh, you guys are going really all out with this. Alright, I'm going to have to take a moment to read through this bit by bit. Jimbo is saying face mask is very useful. I did not say that. But any regular underwear over your face, you can eat in a restaurant that has half the amount of people while Intel is open. Okay, sure. Over here, when summer hit, nobody gave a flying fuck about COVID. Everyone was hanging out in crowds, people not wearing masks or gloves, as if COVID never happened. What happened? Second wave. Surprised Pikachu face. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's not even just over there. It's really, even here in BC, it's the same story. Like, we were doing such a good job, maintaining the cases. Is actually, cases around here were surprisingly low. And yeah, like, it was going great for some time. Then summer rolled around and the number of cases has spiked up to even higher than what we had prior to when summer began and everything got closed down. So, oh well. I mean, it is how things are. I mean, I don't know what more to say, really. I don't, right? Like, yeah, like, I do my own thing. I only go out if I really have to, as much as possible. And, you know, I can only really control what I do. And, you know, I let other people do what they feel like doing. And, I mean, what else can I really do about it, right? Let's see. Obviously, some people got to be school. Let me bust out my teacher hot hat. Okay. Intel General Dynamics fully open 24/7. Thousands upon thousands of employees unable to socially distance must do maintenance semiconductor aviation work. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Some companies, some places remain open even now, and you know, like they're kind of fucked, right? Bar, a church, a restaurant is closed. The question is why you're saying a bunch of stupid stuff. I'm here to tell you it has to do with money and tax revenue, pure and simple. Yeah. Had a bunch of folks call me paranoid. Lol. You won't catch COVID like that. You're tripping. I gotta check in my mailbox while being careful. Yeah. Well. Okay, hold on a second. Oh yeah. No, my Merc's got this. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say, right? Like. That's fucked up though. Your mailbox of all things. Figured you might have gotten it out while out, like, at a restaurant or something. But your fucking mailbox? Damn, dude. That's fucked up. I don't know how what else to say. 15 rec, 30 light res. Nope. If COVID-19 until would have been shut down, it's the world's largest semiconductor, has the biggest clean room right here. In Arizona, numbers were very high. Oops, did I spill the beans? Okay. Sure if you're able to see one streaming. No, I cannot. Let's see. Alright, yeah, yeah, message you back on 3. Intel manufacturers never closed a bar. Church, okay, cool, great. There's not really much to say, there's a lot we don't know. That's the other thing too, right? I'm no expert on COVID. Like, I don't know. I just, like I said, I just try to stay the fuck away from that shit as much as I can, and that's really all I can do. I feel bad for the people who get it. I know Coaster's gotten it. That's one of several people I know who've gotten it. Yeah, I obviously hope that most of you guys don't catch it. That's really all I can say. Keep fucking misclicking off of the damn screen. Okay, one sec. Okay. There we go. I lost 11 pounds in the first week that I got it. I see. It was pretty hard on me. Yeah, don't know quite what to say there. Anyway, okay, Jim Bobs, whatever you say. Let's see. What else? What else are you guys talking about? Anyway, yeah, I was trying to switch the topic a little bit because, yeah, again, like, I don't really think anything good will come out of talking about this. Have you guys seen anybody interested in the Call of Duty series? I know it's, again, like, it's a far departure from COVID and Diablo 2, which are the main topics that most, if not all of you, are going to be at least somewhat familiar with, but, yeah, let's see, what was it? Yeah, the Black Ops Cold War multiplayer reveal was today. Did anybody go check that out at all? Or was it just me? I did watch some people streaming it. And my goodness, I don't think I've actually... It's so random, but I have the vent about it. Couldn't give a damn about it. Fair enough. I figured you might, Coaster, because you had played Modern Warfare, and you've played different entries in the Call of Duty series prior. At the very least, I know you played Modern Warfare 2. I don't know if you played the other ones, but... yeah, anyway. But yeah, oh, alright, fair enough. So I'm just gonna rant about it quickly. There's nothing like watching a multiplayer reveal for a game that you feel like has a lot of potential, and then watching it just be the biggest crapshoot. Like, I saw the Cold War reveal, and there were some people who thought it looked pretty cool, and I'm just looking at it, I'm like, damn, dude, this actually looks... It just looks boring. I didn't know how else to think about it. Like shit, dude. I mean, like, you know, because I saw Modern Warfare, and Modern Warfare actually looked kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I thought Modern Warfare looked like a pretty cool game. Even now, I still think it looks like a pretty cool game. But when I'm talking about the new Modern Warfare, like, it looks like fun. But I looked at Cold War. I'm like this just doesn't Cold War if you played the COD series. The thing is, like, even in the past, like, Black Ops 1 wasn't really my thing, but Black Ops 2, like, I feel like they built like, they learned a lot from Black Ops 1, like, how they developed Black Ops 1, and then they, like, put that all the stuff they learned into like a good product. It's kind of like you know how, like, Heroes 2, in Heroes 2, or no, sorry, not Heroes 2. I was gonna say Diablo 1. There you go. Rip my stream. Did my stream go down? You guys, is the stream still down? Is it? Just came back up? Okay, good. Okay, anyway, like I was saying, let's appreciate the heads up, Coaster, and everyone else. Don't give you an expert on COVID-19. Novel virus meaning brand new. Novel virus, but yeah, okay, yeah. It's true, but again, I mean, sure, we could talk about COVID all we like, but at the end of the day, it's not really going to do us much good. Having said that, like I said, much more interesting topic for me right now, Cold War. Because again, like, I don't usually do this. I don't usually bring another game franchise out of the blue, especially one so far away from Diablo, but I'm like fucking hell, dude. I was like, man, this might actually be... Because, you know, I grew up playing, like, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, and then, like, I see this, you know, when they had that shit pile of Ghosts, and like Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare. Like, what the fuck are those? And some people actually like them, which is respectable. I mean, you know, people have a right to like them, but you know, it's kind of like Diablo 3, right? Like Diablo 3 is like such a far departure from the game that it just, or from Diablo 2, that it's kind of like, it's just hard to recognize. Like, it's hard to believe that these two games are from the same fucking franchise. Whereas, like, you look at Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, and you can see that there's definitely some differences in, like, the tone, the atmosphere, even the gameplay between Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. But I feel like there were, like, from what I've seen of Diablo 1, it feels like Diablo 1, or Diablo 2 took what Diablo 1 did and tried to improve upon it, right? And honestly, like, I look at Cold War, and I'm just like, this is basically just, this looks like a reskin Battlefield game. I don't know. There's an example of a, like, honestly, even Modern Warfare, like, Coaster said it looked like trash, but the thing I find interesting about Modern Warfare is at least they didn't try to fucking go, like, they already went with, like, Advanced Warfare into Infinite Warfare, and they did like fucking Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4, and like, yeah, it definitely wasn't all that appealing to me personally. Since they're all games that are set like in the far, not even far future. Yeah, I'd call it far future, honestly. Far future. But like, I look at like, I look at this Black Ops Cold War, and I'm like, this looks more like Call of Duty, but it just doesn't look. It just looks like the same game. It honestly just looks like the same fucking game, in a way. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like they added anything new. I think that's just a big thing. It doesn't feel like they improved upon anything. It just looks like a reskin. At least with Modern Warfare, even as bad as it was, they did bring it back to like what people enjoyed with Call of Duty Modern Warfare. They bastardized the old shit with improved graphics. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I'm not saying that Modern Warfare is a good game, for the record. I just, like, just my first impressions of both games, like the fact that you even tried Modern Warfare suggests that probably it looked good enough that you were willing to try it, right? But when I'm looking at Cold War, and I'm just like, what is this? This doesn't look any better than what Black Ops 2 had to offer. To be quite honest, like, I look at the graphics, I'm like, I'm underwhelmed. I don't even know if underwhelming is the right word for it. I think even just whelmed might be the right word here, because, you know, for something to be underwhelming, it has to be like lower than expectations. But here, I didn't really have expectations. It just, like, I watched the reveal, and it was just like, okay, that just happened, you know, like, it washed over me. And I just looked at it, and I'm like, okay, what now? It wasn't anything particularly interesting. Oh man, just everything about it was wrong. Like from the multiplayer, like the multiplayer was so boring. I slipped into a coma after 7 seconds. Like, I watched that shit. I'm like, this is fucking boring. I shut that shit off. I'm like, there's nothing really intense about it at all. Like, and honestly, like, the kind of gameplay they were going for in some of these modes, like, I'd rather just play fucking Battlefield. Like, Battlefield, for objective-based game modes, like, that shit's more, well, it was more fun. I don't know how else to put it, right? Now looking at how they, oh man, I wish you guys could have seen it. Like, I have the rant about it. I don't usually do this, but I had the rant about it. Their reveal was fucking awful, dude. The people on that reveal were sitting there spouting shit out of a script. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, sometimes they have to go and explain exactly what it is that they did. But I would have much preferred if they would have just shut the fuck up and just let people play the game and see for themselves what they did. Or, like, just make it interesting. I remember when Modern Warfare 3, when that was coming out, the reveal for it, like, people were hyped. Like, I still remember back then, the dude who, I think the community manager, his name was Robert Bowling. I think that was his name. I like to call him Robert Trolling, but anyway, I think his whole spiel, he was like citing all of the different stuff that was new in Call of Duty. It was actually kind of interesting. He's like, yeah, he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have the specialist strike package, and that shit was fire. And then of course he was like, and we removed the last stand, like fuck you, last stand, you know, shit like that. He hyped people up, like that was the way to fucking like to do an announcement of a game, right? Or like, you know what? Let me draw a much closer counterpart. It's like, imagine if in Diablo 4, instead of showing gameplay, they just talked at you for 5 minutes, saying like, all right, well, we wanted to make dynamic gameplay, so we added a talent tree. Like, no, man, no. You don't fucking go and talk about all of the things that you tried to do in your game when you're trying to do like a big game release. Like, you gotta just talk about the shit that people want to hear. Keep it like 20 in the words of a living legend. 20 words or less, man. Like, we don't need to fucking hear about every game mode that you guys came up with that's new. You don't need to know that you guys added DDM again for like the 30th game. Like, oh man, fuck. Just everything about it just, I wouldn't say pissed me off, but I'm just like, this shit's just so fucking boring, dude. Like, just, I don't usually say this because I talk a lot, but like, just fucking get on with it, bro. Modern Warfare 3 was decent. Modern Warfare 3 is garbage. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't have called Modern Warfare 3 garbage, but it certainly wasn't great. It had potential to be great, but it definitely wasn't great. Was it like? Yeah, I think it was in some ways a very bad game, but the overall game, if this makes sense, was alright. I'll even take a step further and say that I actually had fun with Modern Warfare 3. It was a fun game. It's weird because usually these two things go hand in hand. If a game is good, you'll have fun, and if a game isn't good, then you probably won't have fun, right? But it was interesting because Modern Warfare 3 felt like a game that was good. No, sorry, that wasn't good, but I could still have a lot of fun with it. Probably because like there were things about the game that were just so ridiculous that like they actually had some pretty cool kill streaks, and domination with like support strike package was fucking awesome. Like, I'll be honest. Like if you're like somebody who just enjoys playing for objectives, if you just want to like, you know, have some fun. And not have to worry about like, oh, you know, I lose my streak after dying. You just want to relax and just have some mindless fun. Yeah, absolutely. Like, support strike package with like fucking tactical insertion was hilariously fun. Yeah. Anyway, most of you guys have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. But just know that yeah, mindless. Modern Warfare 3 was mindless fun. That's all it was. It didn't really build onto anything that Modern Warfare 2 did, though. I feel like the game industry is just dying. I don't want to say it's dying. Like, what does that even mean? Like there's, in terms of like quality of games, I could see why you would say that. But the game industry is booming. As much as I hate to say it, like there's more and more people every year who go and actually buy these shitty products, dude. Like mobile games were and still are on the rise. Like if anything, right now there's more people. From my understanding, there's more people actually playing games than ever before. Like in the past, gaming was like something reserved strictly for nerds. Now I talk to friends, their girlfriends, and their girlfriends, and then it's like, oh, well, yeah, everyone's playing something. I have people who fucking play games that I would never expect them to play because their friends play. Like it's great, and I mean, COVID just makes everything, like, I mean, I'm just gonna say it straight, like, COVID just makes everything, all the gaming options just way more popular, so I can't really say the game industry is dying in terms of, like, you know, like, a lot of people are playing games nowadays, but in terms of, like, good games, yeah, exactly, that I will admit, though, good games coming out is rare. Like, I absolutely agree with that. Like, there's just, I don't remember the last game that that I bought, that I looked at, I'm like, wow, this was a ton of fun. Like, this was a good game. Like, I honestly cannot. And it's not, you know, I've talked to people about this, and they encounter the same issue, and they're like, oh yeah, it's because we're getting older, right? Like, maybe we just don't have it in us to game anymore. No, I'm like, no, fuck. No, shut the fuck up. It's not, like, there are times when I could admit it's a me problem, okay? Like, there are some times where I'm like, alright, I'm bored because I'm not going out of my way to challenge myself. Like if I played Diablo 2 and all I ever did was run Sork every season, right? Then yeah, I could honestly say like, all right, yeah, this is probably on me. But the problem is, like, I don't think that this is the case with the gaming industry. So I can agree with you there, Ko. Like a lot of the games that like even like I really don't remember the last game I tried that was genuinely, like, I could say with a straight face like it was good, you know? Yeah, I don't know. And the thing that bothers me is that these games could be good. These games could be great. They could. And yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to appeal to everyone. Yes, true. But at the same time, they could do a better job with appealing to the majority, or at least some people. But I feel like a lot of the time, they make decisions that just don't really benefit anyone, really. Or they're just decisions motivated by greed. Like, look at Call of Duty with their fucking loot crates and shit. Right? Like, what happened to just having a finished product? Like, you know, what happened to just like, oh, you know, I buy a game and that's the game, right? Like, alright, I mean, sometimes that doesn't, in terms of gameplay, like, sometimes you still get access to the full game, but other times you get games like The Sims. I think The Sims 4 it was, or it is, where you have a lot of things that should have shipped with the original game, but they're all but locked behind fucking DLCs, and you gotta pay like over $100 to get the full game, which really, like, if you're buying a product in what I would say in a fair world, you paid to get the product, the full product, and everything that comes inside, right? So to lock features, whole features behind like an additional paywall is fucking stupid. And that's just like one problem with pay-to-win games, or not pay-to-win, but like pay for DLC games. But like then there's also the problem of loot crates. I definitely played games for which loot crates ruined the experience because it offered certain players a pay-to-win advantage. And I've certainly also played other games for which there isn't really a pay-to-win advantage, but let's see. But it kind of ruins it ruins certain aspects of the game for people. Like, it doesn't directly ruin the gameplay, like actually playing a game, but, you know, if you're constantly being told, hey, go buy this thing, then it's like, it doesn't really, you know, go buy this thing for real money. It doesn't really feel like you're in the game, you know what I mean? Like, just to give you an example, like, RS3. I haven't played RS3 a ton, but every time I log into RS3, it's like, oh, you know, you should go to, like, the fucking goblin shop and start using coins, which you had to pay real money for. It's like, no, fuck, I just want to play RuneScape. And for the record, like, I prefer OSRS by miles over that, of course, right? Among other reasons. But it's still shit. Like, the fact that they have that there is just one of many. Like, it kind of just ruins the immersion. Like, when I play a game, I want to, like, get my head into the game. Like, I want to be like, all right, guys, this is gonna be it, right? Like, no loot crates, just me in the game. Like, I remember back in like the really olden days, I remember I'm trying to think of a good example here. Anyway, maybe I'll take a break here, and I'll actually talk to you guys quickly, because I've been monologuing for like feels like a half hour. Yeah. See, this is a much more fun topic than COVID, I think. At least for me it is. Like, actually talking about where the fuck the game industry's gone is kind of nice. Like, again, like, not everyone's gonna agree. Like, some people actually like some of the games that have come out. And I mean, I haven't tried all the games that have come out either, right? Like, there's some people who swear by, like, Ghost of Tsushima. I've never tried that game. Well, I'm not even gonna talk about The Last of Us 2. That one's actually fucking dog shit. But like... But, yeah, I don't know, man. There's an example of another game that had a lot of potential, right? A lot of people loved The Last of Us 1. And rather than actually building on the successes of what they had in The Last of Us 1, they decided, what can we do to I don't even know. I don't really understand what their thought process was in The Last of Us 2, to be honest, when they developed that game. It just doesn't make any sense. Again, like, I've seen some like YouTube reviews of it, and there were people who actually said, like, yeah, the gameplay is actually pretty good in The Last of Us 2, but I mean, like, the story, like, if the storyline is shit, it's kind of like, why the fuck did I just spend $80 on this? Why would I want to play this game? Why would I want to pay for it? You know, like, it just doesn't sound like a very enjoyable experience. You could have all the, you know, finest gameplay mechanics in the world, but if, you know, it's a game that people don't want to play, then, you know, what the fuck? Yeah, Last of Us 2 is so bad. How to kill a franchise. Never playing that franchise again. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. This is why I'm saying, like, people could do, like, these AAA game develop. Well, honestly, the people who make these games can certainly do a better job. Honestly, sometimes I feel like the reason they don't want to do a really good job is because if they do too good a job, then they have no way to improve upon the shit they've already done, right? Like, to be honest, imagine if Diablo 2 had, like, I don't know, full screen, had some more, like, endgame areas to farm, and if it had, like, the fucking clan system, I don't know, and dedicated PvP, right? Like, where would they even go from there? I guess at that point, yeah, like, there's certain points where game developers have to start innovating. At the same time, too, I don't know. Maybe that's again, I don't agree with that line of reasoning. I'm just theorizing, like, maybe this is part of the reason why they don't try to make better games, or maybe they're actively trying their best and they still come up with fucking dog shit games. I don't know. But anyway. So let's take a step back and let's take a look at some of the other stuff that we were talking about. D3 alienated their fan base. Same for MW. They didn't improve on the old game. Yeah, well, that's how I felt. Black Ops 2 was decent. So that was the other thing I wanted to bring up too. Honestly, I feel like actually Black Ops 2 was a great game. If I'm being honest, I mean, I hate saying this, but if I'm being honest, I do think I think that Black Ops 2 is actually a better game than Modern Warfare 2. I think it was better polished than Modern Warfare 2, and it actually built upon the successes of especially because Modern Warfare 2 came before Black Ops 2. So Black Ops 2 learned from Modern Warfare 2, it learned from Modern Warfare 3, and it learned from Black Ops 1, and then they got their finished product, right? And for me, I look at Modern Warfare, or I look at Black Ops or Modern Warfare 2, and honestly, I enjoyed Modern Warfare 2 way more than Black Ops 2. But I still, believe it or not, I still think that Black Ops 2 is a better game. It's kind of weird how that works. Just because a game is better doesn't necessarily mean I'll enjoy it more than a game that's slightly worse. But yeah, I think Black Ops 2 was actually a great game. I think that it was just a very, well, there was just a lot you could do with it. Pick 10, like, the campaign storyline was honestly fucking fire. Menendez was a great character. I don't think I need to say more about it than that. Zombies, I didn't play much of Zombies, but a lot of people really like Zombies. I enjoyed the zombies in that game. Anyway, that's as much as I can say about it. And then, of course, multiplayer. Multiplayer was, like, the really big thing there. Now, multiplayer The thing I really liked about the multiplayer is that a lot of the things that they did in Black Ops 2 just straight up made sense. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, I could go on and on about it, but again, these are mainly details that most of you guys really won't care about. But yeah, just quickly, so that, I don't know. I gotta get it out there. I think Pick 10 was great. I think that the way the maps were designed were pretty good. There's none of this fucking skill-based matchmaking bullshit. That's a huge upside, of course. And I think the weapons, like the things in that game, were just overall better balanced than in Modern Warfare 2, which had fucking noob tubes, commando lunges, and of course good old ACR. I don't really think I need to say much more than that. Anyway, let's see. What else are you guys talking about? Which is probably the golden age. How you doing, by the way, PV Gold? It's nice to see you. I don't know if you're still around. I can't wait for Diablo Immortal because I do indeed have a phone. Oh yeah, Rimworld was the last good title that I bought. It could be so good, but themselves they won't listen to our fan base. Yeah, that's another thing too that kind of bothers me. Like, I get that you can't please your entire fan base. Okay, like that's the thing with developing games. I had to preface what I'm saying here with that because this is something that a lot of people forget. That yeah, you know, when a game comes out, you know, just because we feel like we feel that a game should be one way doesn't mean everyone else is gonna feel like that, right? Like I think a good example might be like, I don't know, in like Diablo 2 Remastered. Here you go. If they were to remaster Diablo 2, right? Like hypothetically, like let's just say, oh well, they could do a fantastic job with it, right? Just bear with me. So if they were to release Diablo 2 Remastered, some people are like, oh well, they should remove Enigma or they should rebalance Sorc Teleport, but some people aren't going to want a rebalanced Sorc Teleport. They want the Sorc to be the Sorc, right? Again, not everyone's going to agree on certain decisions. However, when you get these developers who don't really listen to anybody's suggestions, it's like, well, what the fuck, right? Like who are they really trying to please here? If you know, typically I feel like if you're trying to sell a game, you want to like listen to what your customers want. Yeah, I just don't know what more to say than that. You would want to listen to get some feedback from your customers, and they'll tell you like, okay, these are the pain points of the game, and a lot of the time they eventually get addressed in later patches, I guess. And well, maybe not a lot of the time, but in some cases they do get addressed in later patches. But sometimes too, it's like sometimes those problems actually never do get addressed, believe it or not. Anyway, so yeah, that's a bit of an issue, of course. 3 games that I bought were either turned to shit or won't even run. Oh yeah. Unlocks extra chests for money. I totally agree with RS3. They shifted their attention to OSRS, so RIP. Well, is that really a RIP though? Like I was talking to a friend about it who used to really love no, sorry, not RS3. He was like the fucking OSRS, like back when OSRS was RuneScape, okay? Like, he was the RS guy. Like, he fucking knew the game almost inside out. And straight up, he was like, yeah, when RS3 came out, like, it wasn't awful, but it's definitely not what people wanted, and it essentially killed the game because again, like, everyone who played OSRS, like, a lot of us are, well, I say a lot of us because I include myself in this case, a lot of us never actually asked for this update. A lot of us never actually asked for fucking them to do EOC. A lot of us never asked, and it wasn't just EOC either. Of course, we gotta consider, like, other shit too. Like, what about, even before RS3 came out, there was, when they removed, okay, you know what? That's a completely separate topic. I'm not gonna go into that. I was gonna talk about the removal of free trade and wilderness, but you know what? We can even excuse that for a second, right? Like, talking strictly about them trying to transform the game into RS3. That was kind of what killed it for a lot of people, And OSRS was kind of what breathed life back into the game. Because heck knows if they never did have OSR... Ooh, SSGC. That's for number 577. Okay, great. So, yeah, if they didn't ever return OSRS back into the fold, I probably would have never even touched the game. And I think a lot of other people I know would have just straight up never touched the game either. And a lot of the other people who still play OSRS right now that I know, they would never have come back to the game, and they probably wouldn't be playing RS at all. It probably wouldn't even cross their minds in the slightest. Was that really all Mausoleum? Anyway, whatever. So anyway, ZZZ was saying, listen, this is how the world... Oh, hey, by the way. This is how the world works. For example, car manufacturers could absolutely make cars that would last for 20 years, but it's better for them to sell you a new car every 5 years. Well, yeah, that's what I'm theorizing. Honestly, that's what I'm theorizing, that maybe, they make their games crappy on purpose. Some of them. You guys try to limit how many hours you put in the game before you get bored, so after 50 hours, you're ready to buy their next game. Either that, or they had to fill it with MTX trying to milk you for money every time you play. Whoever games is far too costly. TLDR corporations suck. Yeah, again, that's why the theory had come to mind that maybe this is actually being done on purpose. Yeah, I don't know, man. Which is actually frustrating, right? Like, I don't know what happens behind the scenes. Might be the case. They're actually actively trying their best. But there's definitely a lot of pain points that just never do get addressed. So, yeah. Sometimes I wonder, man. Also, game devs often try to find that when they try to do what the community wants, it turns into a never-ending list of demands like POD, where they are constantly asking Green Dude to change shit. Well, that's fine. That's honestly fine, right? I feel like sometimes it's better to actually listen to some of the demands of the community rather than none at all, because at least, like, I've seen both situations where sometimes companies will listen for a bit and they'll implement some of the things that are requested, but obviously they can't do everything, like I said, right? Like they cannot realistically expect, okay, well, we're just gonna fix everything. But at the same time, I've seen the opposite case where the company just listens to nothing. And in fact, actually, I've seen situations where companies will do both, in the sense that when the game first comes out, they'll listen to a lot of user feedback. Then after a while, they just either stop caring, or they just, for whatever reason, they just don't want to have anything to do with it. Maybe because like the new Call of Duty is coming out, right? For example. They stop doing what they want, the community will shit their pants. Well, cool. Alright. I mean, I don't know, man. For me, I feel like there's a lot of things that people ask for, and it's okay to address some of those issues so people can actually be satisfied with that, rather than just not addressing any issue at all. Maybe for you it's a big, or maybe for them it's a big deal that, oh shit, well, the community's going to be upset when certain things don't get fixed. But there are big problems for games that often don't get fixed at all, even though the community asked for it for so long. So again, I feel like they're better off just listening to the community, and then if people complain that, oh shit, well, oh, they never listened to us, well, oh, wait, whoa. Anyway, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying, then I'm gonna praise this, but yeah, all I was saying is basically that, because, alright, the community will shit their pants if you don't listen to them. Okay, well, big fucking deal. But you want the customers to at least be somewhat satisfied with the game itself, alright? So, gotta actually go and fix those things so that people can walk out a little bit happier than they would be than if you just completely ignored all the problems altogether. That's what I was trying to say. Anyway, now that is a nice GC, and I don't actually remember where that came from. Did I get that out of a I think I got that off of Coffin. Now that I think about it, I think I actually got that out of a poppable, didn't I? I think I did. I straight up got that off of a coffin. So let's do that. Congrats on the GC. Yo, thanks, dude. That is probably my coolest find yet. Cold, and this deserves all caps. Cold Skiller with 12 FHR on run number 578. Coffin. All the good stuff comes from Poppables. Not all the good stuff. I got a Chamron previously too, but obviously it's not great. Is it tradable or just gold? No, this is tradable. This I think is actually tradable. Like I'll probably. This is one of the very few items where I actually intend to put this up for trade and let people bid war on it. It deserves its own thread. It's not like the 40 Geeds, which is kind of like, alright, maybe people will bid on this. I'm pretty sure some people are going to want this either for their characters on PVM, or maybe some people are building PvP, like Cold Sorts or something. Maybe they might want something like this. That's definitely something I can... SMH, every time I pop in, it's either Cham or GGGCs. I should pop in and out more. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. We definitely want your company here, that's for sure. Okay, so ZZZ knows off the top of his head. Much appreciated. Yeah, so Spirit is, of course, 55 FHR. And then, I think... I don't know. I think I've seen people go with a couple FHR GCs, or one FHR GC and like a couple of FHR small charms. I don't fucking know, but either way, this is something that is absolutely worth putting up for on the subreddit. Assuming I remember, this is actually something I would make a separate like a thread specifically for trading this out, and I want to actually see it get like a bidding war, or maybe no one will bid on it. I don't know. Maybe it'll just not see the light of day. The GCs are better than the SEs by far. Okay. Do it now so you don't forget. I'm too lazy for it right now, I'm not gonna lie. I just want to play right now. I'm not in the mood for it. Should probably do it right after. After the stream though. Anyway, look, better than the GCs for FHR. I'm just trying to run the math for this in my head, because how would that look? Right? Like would people actually sack Vita GCs, like skills with life, so that they could get skills with FHR, obviously? I figured that somebody would do, okay, like obviously 55 off of Spirit. I mean, that basically leads you to 60 and 86. And if you need 5 FHR for 60, then you're probably just going to use a small charm. If you're going for 86, you need 1 FHR, maybe 2 FHR actually, I don't know. 55 plus 24 off of 2 FHR GCs, would that do it? Yeah, okay, Spirits for noobs, that's great, but again, I'm actually thinking more along the lines of PvP, which I think a lot of people in PvP straight up run Spirit on their Cold Sorks. That's at least my understanding. I mean, whether we like it or not, it has FHR, like he'll use that. Anyway, point is, 55 plus 24, that makes 79, and then probably 2 small charms would do the trick. 2 5 FHR small charms. You need 31 on top of Spirit. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's probably double, like, if you want to hit 86, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll let the PvPers work it out. I don't know off the top of my head, like, I just know that there are some Sorks who do need the FHR, skillers. Whether or not there are Cold Sorks who will specifically need this FHR GC, I will let I'll let game figure that out. Is there a big PvP scene? No, it's not it's not like a big PvP scene. But just to put it in perspective for you, we had a PvP tournament, I think a couple of I think like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago we had a PvP tournament. 2v2s, and there were 8 teams. So yeah, in total there were 16 people who were willing to join in for PvP, which was actually pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, it's not just I mean like people don't just need this for like ladder PvPing. They also sometimes want it for their non-ladder trophy characters, like non-ladder trophy Cold Sork or whatever, right? Or they might want it. I've seen people pay some good money for these FHR skillers, so we'll see exactly how much these people do value it at. I do feel like somebody might be interested in it though. Did everyone laugh at your Fireclaw bear? Well, I mean that's kind of self-explanatory, ain't it? 3 GCs or 2 GC and 2 SC, or 1 GC and 4 SC. Okay, cool. Well, there you go then. Anyway. If it were a light skiller with FHR, though, absolutely, I would have just said straight up that's at least an ohm. Home 3 Watcher. Just something I got to bring up, because, yeah, as Easy mentioned, yeah, call me if it's a light skiller, because, yeah, like, again, if it were a light skiller with 12 FHR, whew, that's like, what? That's probably ohm plus. Probably 2 ohms at least. But any more... But unfortunately, as a cold skiller, I don't think it's going to be worth nearly as much, but we'll have to wait and see. Test says, be like LeBron. Hey, what's up, LeBron? At 15 life GCs, then they are better than 12 FHR, but anything less than 40 is worse than 12 FHR, basically. But, what? But what about breakpoints? Well, why not just hit, like, you know, the 60 FHR break... Well, 60 is pretty trivial, I think. 86 is the interesting one. Why not just go, like, 2 GCs, 3 small charms, or whatever it is, and then just throw on the, well, for Sork I am on. My world, I don't get any 40+ life skillers. Yeah. I don't know why you say specifically 45, though. Breakpoints are irrelevant. Okay, so why is it that and again, I don't know how the fuck you've crunched this math too, but, or even why for that matter, but anyway, why 45? So since 12 is equal to at least 2 times 5, okay, you have me literally scratching my head on this one. 5 FHR SC is 20 life. Oh, yeah, I see. 5 FHR SC is 20 life, which is 40 life. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, that actually makes me feel better about my item then. Because what that means is my FHR GC is actually worth more than I expected. More or less. But now I get what you're saying. Okay, cool. Basically, you get as much as, if not more than, 2 small charms worth with 1 GC, I guess. Anyway, going back to what we were talking about earlier, though, Coaster, I think, and I were talking about this. The reason OSRS got developed so well is because they give Creative Liberty 5 mods that were passionate. Creative Liberty about the old game, and they improved it. Now the main branch jag is shit the bed with RS3, and are turning to OSRS. Well, surprise, surprise. It's the most popular game at the moment. The interfere and try to over monetize the shit out of it. Oh, dude, I don't even know what to say. That sounds messy. That honestly, yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, for me, I had my fun with OSRS, like revisiting the game. For me, I think one of my biggest qualms with OSRS, like playing the main branch of OSRS, right, is still the bots. Like, honestly, I'd probably even be playing OSRS right now if it weren't for the fucking bots. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm particularly biased because I come from, Diablo 2. But yeah, like, anytime I see, like, I play like an MMO and, there's like some capacity of trading involved, like, it's very discouraging to see bots just run rampant. Which again, like, they can't take out all the bots and all the hack programs, realistically, I would imagine. But there's nothing like going to Lumbridge Bank and just seeing like 30 bots like stacked up on top of each other in the exact same spot. Or people just like a swarm of bots going from one tree to the next. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure that's part of the reason why a lot of, like, I remember there's been big bot ban waves in the past for me, or that I've seen, where as soon as these bot ban waves occur, the prices of goods go up like sky high. Like, it's crazy. More or less, I've seen times when, because I'm somebody who really enjoys woodcutting. Okay, woodcutting's my jam. Okay, like, there's more efficient ways of playing the game, yada yada. But there's just something very satisfying about woodcutting in OSRS. Now, having said that, there is nothing like farming U-logs and then finding out that they're only worth like 189 each, when in the past they used to average around 300. And then at peak, after GE came out, and I think a little after one of the bot ban waves, I remember that I think U's once peaked at a little over 400. Like, I think it was like 450 even, possibly. Which is pretty insane, right? Like, but then right now, here, let me actually even go pull up OSRS prices. I'm actually very curious. OSRS U log. This isn't even that difficult to. Oh wow. Oh man. Fuck's sake, is it really? Okay. Well, wow. Value is 160 coins. Yeah. Here we go. So, enlarged chart. All time. Yeah. At peak, when OSRS first, well, was out, U-logs 471. Drops all the way down to where we're at now, which is 160, which is just like what the fuck, right? And okay, like, I guess you could argue that, yeah, more people have a supply of U-logs, so it's more difficult to, like, not as much demand as supply, but I do think that this has something to do with the botting problem, because you see nothing but like 30,000 fucking bots just all trying to hog the exact same fucking tree. Pretty sure that has something to do with it. Area locked Ironman? I don't know what you mean. Wait, what was that? Oh yeah. So basically, the determining factor is how good are your lifers. You would need at least a full set of 40s to make the FHR SEs better, which is not happening in a ladder context. Okay. Yeah, I can see why you'd say that. Unless you dupe it, of course. No, but I get you. For a crap ton of money on RS3, I can finance decades of OSRS membership with my in-game currency. Yeah, well, area locked Ironman is an Ironman that can only stay within a region. Okay. I don't know. I think Ironman's kind of a cool concept. It's kind of like hardcore in Diablo 2 in a sense. It's like, it's something that I'm glad they have as kind of like a, if you want to challenge yourself, here's a way you can challenge yourself type deal, right? But I also, oh, imagine if it had been towels. It's easy the trouble of trying to figure out if it came from the barrel. But anyway, yeah, I just find it interesting because I myself wouldn't play hardcore for reasons that I've talked about before in Diablo 2. And I probably wouldn't do Iron Man on OSRS. However, when we, I mean, oh, I just got off of bear form. Iron Men cannot trade; they can only acquire stuff themselves. Okay, so yeah, I know Iron Man. I know Iron Man is you can't trade. They have to earn everything themselves. That much I understood. But region locked Iron Man, this is the first time I'm hearing about it, and the comment came out of seemingly nowhere. I didn't know why all of a sudden you just said area locked Iron Man. But anyway, what I was trying to say about Iron Man is like, even when Iron Man first came out in OSRS, I thought it was just really cool. It's kind of like self-found. That's exactly what it is, actually. The equivalent for Diablo 2, which there is one, it's just called self-found. Or, well, yeah, solo self-found or whatever. I think there were some people who want to do like group Iron Man, like that. That was something I even discussed a while back with some friends that I used to play OSRS with, right? Like yeah, the idea of like if they had done like group Iron Man, oh man, I would be on board with that. But just the idea of doing Iron Man just isn't particularly interesting to me, because I just don't like the idea of playing OSRS as like a one-man island. Okay, some people enjoy that. Some people really like that kind of thing. I not my cup of tea. But I would totally be down to do like group Iron Man with like people that that I know very well, right? Like, or just you know, imagine if we were all OSRS players, everybody in this chat, and then we all just said, you know, let's just make it so that we only trade with each other. Which, yeah, you could hypothetically do group self-found by just being like, all right, well, just don't trade with other people, right? But except for people inside the play group that you're in. But I think also people want that hard transparency, if that makes sense, like where you know for sure that they cannot, even if they wanted to, break the pact of, you know, it has to be self-found and whatnot. Where you would no. Okay, one thing at a time. That's a clever no. Want to play RS now? No. Area locked is pretty popular, really, and it's actually like a feature you can toggle on. Is that actually a feature? So they did area locked Iron Man, but they won't do group Iron Man? The fuck? Okay, whatever, man. I'm all right. Anyway. Is that where you go when you disappear? So, no, it actually isn't. Like I play other games like League, and I mean I haven't played Dota in a while, but I used to play a fair bit of Dota. But those are games that I would never stream. Now OSRS, on the other hand, that's definitely not where I go to disappear. If OSRS were the game that I disappeared off to, I would probably have mentioned it by now. Just because OSRS is actually a game which I could actually share it with you guys. I don't know how else to say it. There's nothing more chill than honestly, it'd be pretty cool to just sit in fucking Drainer Village and cut fucking willow trees while chatting with you guys about life. I'm not gonna lie. That shit would be fire. Not everyone would enjoy watching me sit there and hack away at a tree for like, let's say 5-6 hours a day, but I wouldn't really give a shit, right? Like, just the social aspect of it. It's kind of like just chatting. You might as well just be like just chatting, except you're actually playing OSRS, right? Like, or even like, we could all play together. We could be in the same world, in the same area. It's free. That kind of shit. It would be great. It ain't a feature, just a challenge. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So it's actually like, it's actually something that people impose upon themselves. That's pretty respectable. I can get behind that. That's kind of cool, actually. Always I always have respect or a high. Oh, somebody's looking for a 5/5 light fast. Are you still here, Drizzle? I'm guessing you probably aren't. But anyway, day in the life of D2D2 / just chatting stream when. Okay, so. A day in the life of D2D2 will simply never happen. You know me. I value my privacy way too much on 3. However, the just chatting stream, like, again, I probably wouldn't do that either. I don't know. I just can't imagine doing a Twitch stream where I'm just chatting. Like, I could do an OSRS stream, you know, but there's got to be some gameplay in the background, okay? Like, I'm not... There are some people who they go just chatting category, and they put a photo of them, or well, they use their webcam. They'll maybe eat while they talk with people, all that kind of shite. It's not really my cup of tea. You know, me, if I'm here, if I'm on Twitch, I gotta be, I kind of want to do a gaming stream, and I'm okay talking, like doing what I'm doing right now, right? I don't really have to talk about the gameplay here. I don't have to talk about what strategy, like long-term strategy or short-term strategy I'm going to use to beat the game. I'm just talking to you guys about random shit that's actually, that's the interesting topic, or these topics that are interesting to me, and hopefully some of you guys, like Coaster. And I much prefer this. I'm gaming, which, is one of the things I enjoy doing most, at the same time that I just get to socialize with people who are chill, right? And it's just overall a chill experience. And yeah, if I go to just chatting category, I could do this too. But yeah, I definitely want to, like, I don't know. I just feel like I don't usually sit around and just chat, okay? Like, I want to actively be doing something, despite what you might think, Com3. Like, yeah, sometimes like to sit around for a half hour and just chat with people on stream. Yeah, okay, that happens from time to time. If I'm trying to explain something, if I'm trying to greet people, I guess, but yeah, like, by and large, more than anything else, I like to play. That's one of the reasons I'm on Twitch in the first place. I'm not just here to fucking chit chat with people all the time. So, I mean, you get the idea there. Hey, Dino. Dinosaur Forte. Good to see you. How are you doing? Non-letter character is a strip bear. Okay, more on this in a second. This is a cool topic, but yeah, let me go use the bathroom quickly. I'll be back in just a minute. Oh, Sirig. Anyway, Dino, are you still here? Use face rig and have a doggo AVI or something? Nah, man, I ain't doing that kind of thing, man. That's just no. No, just no. Yeah, not my cup of tea. Anyway, let's see. If you want to compare exact FHR points versus life points, you have 45 life versus 12 FHR, or 20 life versus 5 FHR. So the GCs give 2.4 times more FHR, but only 2.25 times more life, so you get more value from FHR and GCs assuming you can use it. So really just in all cases, 12 FHR is better than 5 FHR unless you only need 5 or less. Okay, cool. I guess if you're trying to hit specific breakpoints or whatever. Anyway. Well, you don't show your face, so what are we going to look at if there is no game? Gordon Ramsay? Well, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So yeah, just chatting your shit out of luck on that one. But a day in the life of D2D2, well, again, that's just simply not gonna happen because I mean, you guys are great, but you know, I gotta have my me time. Also, if you play RuneScape, I'm gonna uninstall. I already played I mean, I guess if you're talking about like if I stream RuneScape, then you'll uninstall. I don't. Okay, go for it. Go for it. You know what? That's even more of a motivator for me to start streaming OSRS or even Call of Duty. You said the same thing. If I started streaming Call of Duty, then you would unsub. I was thinking straight up like, yeah, this is actually a great thing because then I could. I don't know. I don't know. I think OSRS, honestly, like, maybe not even OSRS, but like, I think some people are here for Diablo 2 content, right? Like, I respect that for sure. That's totally cool. But I also think that, yeah, like, it's fun to try and, it's fun streaming other games too. I know because I've played Dota 1 in the past. I've streamed that. You know, I had a lot of fun with it. Not pulling as many viewers, but I could really care less. Like, I just have to show you guys my matches, show you guys how I'm approaching the game, and you know, people like Seth seem to enjoy it, and Coaster even kind of, I think knows what's going on because he used to. I think he has played a fair bit, like a bit of Warcraft 3 and Dota 1 in the past. And I think I even played with like Ruler of a while back too. Like that shit was awesome. But yeah, right now I'm not really itching to play other games. Math stream. Math is better than RuneScape. Get the fuck out of here. I said cooking stream, no face, hands on. I could do that in OSRS. A cooking only stream, you know. I gotta level up that cooking skill. Get a toe or two for extra stimulation. What is this? You want first you want a toe cam? What's the next thing you're gonna ask for? Like a nipple cam or something? I don't know, man. RuneScape is worse than Call of Duty. RuneScape is old school RuneScape is just like not for everyone, by no means a bad game. Hey, how's it going, Mehmet? How is it going? Hope you're having a great day. As you can see, we're just in the middle of doing our mausoleum runs. I'm trying to. My goal for tonight is to hit run number 600, and we are already about halfway through, so that's pretty good. Here to leverage my agendas onto the Slash community through your broadcast influence. So that's what you're trying to do? I don't know how to really say that sarcastic. So that's what you're trying to do. No, like that's funny. That's a good joke. If that's really how you're trying to broadcast your agenda to the Slash community, then boy oh boy, I don't know, man. I've seen better marketing come from fucking Call of Duty Infinite Warfare on release. Tocam is against TOS. Seriously? Oh, well, that's surprisingly. Nipple game? We are not deviants. That's what you said, joke, Kappa. Oh, yeah? For real? I wonder. Y'all are watching this legendary game. No. Actually, that's just 3 people on YouTube. On Twitch, we have a fair number of other people who are watching. Although, frankly, I don't blame people for not really watching my stream because I don't really have much that I'm... For the most part, there's not really much that I have to offer, if that makes sense. Like you know, you might vehemently disagree, but really, I'm just talking. I do a stream once every Wednesday. I'm not really really actively try to grow my channel or do anything groundbreaking. I don't make. I basically I'm not Extimus or Dabrowski. Yeah. And more than that, well, nah, that's mostly it. I'm not freaking Extimus or Dabrowski. There's definitely a lot more people who tune in for the more popular channels, but poor old me, I'm just an unknown with like a little over 500 followers on Twitch, you know, and subs on YouTube, I guess. Extimus and Dabrowski are both bad, says ZZZ. I find it hard to envision a YouTuber, especially a Diablo 2 YouTuber, that you would go and be like, yeah, this is actually a good YouTuber, or this is a good Diablo 2 YouTuber. Either your standards are very high, or you're just... actually has... Who gives a fuck about the best? I didn't even say anything about the best. I'm talking about who gets, like, who actually tunes in the specific people's gameplay. And well, videos in Dabrowski's case. You're the only good one. Oh, no one fucking asked about the best players. You just legit said the best D2 player that actually has viewers. That's what you just said. That's what you just said. Anyway, how long has it been since the game? Yeah, well, how long has it been? Yeah, it's been like 20 years, true. But I mean, a lot of the people who played this game 20 years ago don't think to themselves, kind of should check up on like some Diablo 2 streamers. Especially one as low-key as mine, right? Like yeah, you can go check out Indrek, you can go check out Dabrowski, you can go check out Extimus. Like, those guys are much more well known than me. So if they were to do a stream, and they have done streams, they get more viewers than I do by a significant margin, because well, for starters, they've certainly put a lot more time and effort into the content they make, if nothing else. To say the only good one, not the best, let me rephrase. Okay, that's great. I mean, that's fucking fantastic, but that's besides the point. Like Mehmet was talking about people watching this game. Well, believe it or not everyone's gonna fucking watch this game just to watch the very best of the players that play it. Sometimes people just want to see people do like cool builds, right? Cool, unusual builds, or talk about things about the game they didn't know about. And well, these were things that, again, like I don't have the most favorable opinion about Extimus or DJ Waters even, but yeah, like these guys do put out content which, you know, a lot of the casual D2 fan base just they enjoy it. So yeah, people actually tune into that kind of stuff, especially when so much content gets put out and it's not like some of it. Well, a lot of it is well, in Dabrowski's case, it's well presented. In Extimus and DJ Waters' case, well, they put out, it's more chill. Like, they don't put as much, like, it's not as flashy as Dabrowski's, but still, you know, people can still, like, actually enjoy watching their content anyway, though. The only one worth watching who has viewers. Well, okay, but, like, that's just your opinion, man. I can see why you would say that. I totally get it. But at the same time, the fact of the matter is not everyone thinks the same way you do. Right? Like, you mentioned Indrek. Like, for me, like, yeah, I like watching Indrek too. Okay? I like watching Indrek too. But frankly, even if Indrek... There's a certain... If Indrek were a douchebag, I probably wouldn't be watching him, to tell you the truth. Like, if good was all he was, I probably wouldn't watch him. Right? Like, even in Ryu's case, like, I don't watch Ryu because he's, like, I consider him, like, a stellar speedrunner, like, the very best. It's definitely, for me, like, the way he plays is good enough, like, above me, like well above me, like skill-wise, that I'm satisfied with it. But just the fact that well, but like lots of people are better than I am. Obviously, I watch him because he's entertaining, and fundamentally, that's really what you need to have people like go to your channel. You need to be entertaining, and a lot of the time you also need to be consistent if that's what your goal is, to try and get viewers, right? Like here, I don't care much for either of those things. That's why I don't do these things. But even if I were to do them, there's obviously no guarantee that I would, fucking skyrocket in viewership. But I can tell you that for Dobrunsky, for Extimus, for DJ Waters, Ryu, those kinds of people, you might say that none of them are worth watching, and only Indrik is. But I mean, certainly the numbers speak for themselves. Like, not everyone is gonna be in that exact same boat, dude. Is good at the game, though. Obviously worth. Yeah, like I mean, again, I don't always agree with On3Rusher. In fact, I fucking tend to disagree with him a lot. But, I definitely agree that yeah, what's worth watching is absolutely subjective. Like, there's people who I watch that you guys would never give two shits about tuning into, and vice versa, right? Like Fatty loves watching Inferno. And Futurial, and I think even you watch that guy too. You even said yourself you like watching different D2 Twitch streamers as long as they're not freaking, as long as they're somewhat entertaining, and as long as they can maintain somewhat of a conversation that's not complete. It's just not a complete wash. At least I'm paraphrasing very heavily, but you get the point. Oh, so there are other people who are worth watching. Your idea is worth watching, but he has no viewers, which is sad. I don't even, well, I mean, I'll take it as a compliment. I appreciate that, but that's still, I mean, in the context of the conversation, that's a different side topic that I'll have to talk about after. Isn't good. He says things that are wrong all the time and misleads people. I mean, I don't know if he's good or not, but like, I don't know. Like, Llama is again, Han3 watcher likes watching Llama. I just don't resonate as much with Llama as I do with a lot of the other content creators for Diablo 2. But at the same time, he pulls in, over 1,000 viewers a lot of the time when he does his. Well, actually, I don't even remember the last time he did a Diablo 2 speedrun or what, but I know that he's pulled in like at least hundreds of viewers, probably over 1,000, maybe a couple thousand. I don't care. I don't really give a shit. After they cross a certain threshold, I frankly could give less of a fuck. So I don't really keep track of the exact numbers, but there's evidently tons of people who think he's worth watching. Like you said, is not equivalent to best at the game. I said specifically, who has viewers? I don't like Ryu for one reason. Why do you cam your fingers? So you can see exactly what he's doing. Because some people actually want to see exactly like how he I've seen this in I've seen this in like, oh man, I hate saying this, but I've seen this in like Warzone videos too. Okay, Warzone videos and streams. There are people in Warzone streams that put, like, that basically show their, a hand on their controller so that you can see exactly what it is they do at any given moment. But also, there are people on those on those YouTube videos that analyze how those people play, right? Like, that's, again, like, I can see for you, probably it might weird you out, but there is a reason to for this sort of thing, and I don't personally give two shits. That's definitely not why I don't fucking tune into a stream to fucking look at somebody's hand. Okay, like if I really want to like satisfy my hand fetish, I've got other ways to do that. Look, like honestly, yeah, that's just how things are, I guess. That's just how they go about doing things. Yeah, but you can put an input overlay again, right? Like, it's different strokes for different folks. That, I could care less about the stupid hand cam. I could honestly even really care less about him having the face cam. I enjoy hanging around Ryu's stream because I feel like he's an enjoyable speedrun itself, and so is Indrek. But Indrek just seems like a chill dude that I could have a lot of fun. Like just the way he is. He seems like a cool guy, and he's just fun to hang out with. Anyway, after my stream, this stream cut out there. Doesn't even understand what classic is or many other things like llama. Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike llama. I just don't really. I just don't really see. This is the other thing. I don't really have much of a reason to tune into llama streams. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, my stream did cut out. I don't. Refresh if it's not back. Yeah, I just don't really have much of a reason to pull up llama streams, to tell you the truth. Or, like, I don't enjoy my time as much there, and I don't, like, a lot of, I think part of the issue is a lot of the content he puts out is, like, him doing, well, if he is playing Diablo 2, I don't really think he speedruns as much. And whenever he does speedrun, he was always speedrunning it on softcore, so it didn't really feel as exciting for me as whenever I watched Ryu, where he could die at any moment. Like, there were a lot of close calls when it came to Ryu's stream that kind of got me. I'm like, man, this is really close, right? He almost died there. He's escaped by the skin of his teeth. Or like Indrek, who's always trying to push like a new benchmark that people didn't think was possible before. I actually enjoy that kind of thing, but for llama, I don't really have as much to really. I don't have as much incentive to watch llama. I guess is just the bottom line. Llama does HC runs too. Variety 2 streamer. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But I think on top of the joy of the streamers who don't have a lot of... Yeah, well... Anyway, besides the point. Well, I'm not besides the point, but I'll talk about that after. Like, yeah, Llama does a lot of different things. But I guess, like, for me, I know kind of what I'm expecting out of Ryu streams a lot more. And also, more than that, I just enjoy Ryu as an entertainer more than I enjoy Llama as an entertainer. Like, Llama as an entertainer, I can't put my finger on it, but he just doesn't really pull me in the same way Ryu or Indrek do. If that makes sense. Honestly, even Dobrunsky. Like, I consider him a good YouTuber, but I can't really, like, ooh, Pulrin. Oh, that's great. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, that's awesome. Alright, Pulrin out of gold chest. 1 second, I'm gonna chart that down. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if it makes any sense, but yeah, like, I consider Dobrunsky a good YouTuber, but I wouldn't, like, if I had to choose between Indrek or Ryu, right, versus Dobrunsky, as like you told me, if you gave me a choice right now and I had to pick one of these people to watch, I'd obviously take Indrek or Ryu over Dobrunsky. That's just kind of how I am, right? Like, anyway. About constant wins and ones, or especially speedrun strats. Okay, cool. Because they are people I can relate to, fair enough. And they're also, I think part of the issue too is, like, you can be more, like, you're a lot more personal with them. You're a lot more close to the people who only have, 5, 10 viewers, right? Like, if you're rocking, like, 200, 300, 1,000 viewers, you're not going to have a very easy time trying to get around to everybody who has something they want to say to you, if that makes sense, right? Like, imagine if I had to talk to fucking 200 ZZZs at a time. Like, it's just not gonna happen. It obviously is just not gonna happen, dude. So again, like, having the smaller viewers is also quite enjoyable too. Speedrunner until speedrunner got to be, now he is variety. It was a speedrun until he started streaming full time. Makes more money being a variety streamer. I don't think there's a D2 streamer I don't like. Again, I'm in the same. Well, there. I don't think that there's really a bad D2 streamer. There's definitely D2 streamers I don't like. I mean, am I willing to name some? I could... Yeah, even... Yeah, I was gonna say even, like, DJ Waters. I definitely don't dislike him. I just definitely wouldn't go back to his channel after he fucking basically just banned me for, in my opinion, a not very good reason. But like, yeah, I wouldn't really... I don't think that there's any DJ streamers that I look at and I'm like, man, this is kind of crappy, I guess. So they make 100k plus off a game he really isn't good at. Well, that's fine though. You don't have to be good at something to make a lot of... Look at the fucking game industry. Like if something had to be good in order for it to make a lot of money, well, we would definitely see a lot less garbage out there, right? Again, I'm not trying to make this analogy saying that, oh yeah, you know, llama is garbage or anything like that. But the original topic. Look. Let's clear something up, okay? The original topic, the whole reason why this entire discussion began, which it's funny because it was from Mehmet, and I don't even think he's here anymore. His comment spawned this entire discussion. Mehmet specifically said only 3 people are watching this legendary game, and what I said was, Extimus and Dobrunsky are people, like, examples of people who would get more viewers, okay? Those are people who actually pull in the numbers. And then you basically just straight up were like, Extimus and Dobrunsky are both bad. Which, again, like whether or not I agree or disagree with you, that's a completely different story. But this came out of left field, and it felt like you're building on top of what I was talking about to Mehmet. And talking about, like, their individual skill levels, which, again, I don't really think that had anything to do with what we were talking about, which is just pulling in numbers on a game as old as this, right? So, yeah, I find it to be a very interesting disconnect here. You said straight up, the best D2 player that actually has viewers is Indrik, which, again, that's... Hey, like, Indrik is a stellar D2 speedrunner, okay? Like, I agree with that, but it also came kind of out of left field, and now it's kind of like, well, shit. Like, what we're talking about is something completely different. And also, the only Diablo 2 content creator that has enough viewers to make any money at all, and it also is any good at all. Well, that, I can see why you say that, but, again, like, evidently people are, like, a lot of people watch Llama, or I like to think that enough of the people who watch Llama consider him good enough that, you know, that's kind of why he's able to make a living off of this game. Whether or not you or I think he's, like, a good player or a bad player or a fucking average player, I'm afraid it doesn't have to factor into that, and that's... I mean, whether or not you accept that, that's up to you, but like, how we feel about him doesn't really matter. What matters is more or less how the hundreds or thousands of people who watch these players kind of see them, right? Like, I don't know. For me personally, I feel like if I look at, like, you know, Llama versus, like, Slimo or Indrik, obviously, yeah, I do think that Indrik is probably the better speedrunner, but yeah, for a lot of people, they don't really look at it like that, right? Who are we talking about? Lecture? Come on, Casey. Okay. No, hold on a sec. These two talking in circles. Whoa. Oh, stream offline? No, it shouldn't be. It's still up. Sorry, making 100,000. Probably never. Specifically because of people like ZZZ. Come on, for shame. For shame. Anyway. So, yeah, Casey, funny timing for you to drop in. No, I'm not... It's not really a lecture, it's just more of a discussion, right? Like... And this is a discussion that kind of began by... in a very strange way. Okay, it was a very strange way. No correlation between being good at the game and having viewers. Oh, so that was your original point of the game. Well, okay, my original point was, which was addressing the comment that was originally given to me in the first place, which kind of spawned this discussion, was just that, yes, even though I'm playing Diablo 2, and there's only 3 people watching me on YouTube, there are plenty of other people who play this game who definitely get tons of other viewers. Okay, that's it. If you were trying to start a completely different discussion, great. All right, well, that's that. But actually, the opposite. Ryu's pretty good, and he gets the most viewers. He's limited. Blurp. Well, have a good night. Yeah, all right. You have yourself a good night, Coaster. Yeah. Take care. Thanks again for tuning in. Hope this chat didn't. Well, I mean, it was a fun chat, even if Jimmy's got rustled here and there. No, he's going to turn on subs, but Twitch was going to send his personal info to some Canadian government office, and he was like, oh, fuck that. Is that why you don't want subs either? Among other reasons, yeah. Well, it's not even just Canadian government office. Like, there's a lot. Like, it has to go through... Anyway, there's a lot of people, I think. And it's not just like some Canadian government. I'm pretty sure it gets passed through a lot more than that. Among other reasons, yes, that's one of the reasons. LDZ is better than Xtimus. Okay, so going back to earlier, you're talking about whether or not I'm like you were saying. You were talking about. This was a comment from earlier that I found kind of interesting. You were talking about where is it here? By comparison, D2D2 is worth watching, but he has no viewers, which is sad. Well, yeah, it's worth watching for you, but it's not worth watching for a lot of other people, right? Like, a lot of the people who come into this channel, what do they see? They see me fucking running around Mausoleum with a Fireclaws Druid doing the same thing 1,000 times over, right? No one in the right fucking mind... Okay, well, no, that's a lie, because you guys are here, and evidently you guys are in your right mind, but a lot of the people who are in their right minds aren't gonna fucking sit around and watch me bitch about other D2 content creators at the same time I farm skeletons 1,000 times in a single season every Wednesday for 4 hours, okay? Like, okay, great, some people actually enjoy that kind of thing, but frankly, there's much better content to be had, no matter how you view me as a content creator, which again, I appreciate. I'm glad you like me as a content creator, or at least I'd like to think you like me as a content creator. You wouldn't be here. At the very least, you consider me half decent, or worth watching, so I'll say that much at least. And you said also, like, Inferno and Futurial are both very good, but with no viewers, right? And here's the thing, like if... we might be worth watching, but there's different reasons for why we don't have people watching us. Yeah, no, I just don't know how else to put it. Like, in my case, I stream very infrequently, and I just don't really put out as much content with effort. No good presentation. Like, yeah, okay, I did budget videos, great. That's not bad, but it's not great either, in my opinion. It just was meant to get the job done, more or less. My point here is there's people who have been doing this for a lot longer and have put out content which people want to see a lot more, and they're just more interesting than the majority of people. I don't know how else to put it. And do it more frequently, too. That's another problem. Like, how would I possibly ever expect to grow my channel beyond 500 followers if I'm not putting in hours and hours of time into actually putting effort into my content, right? Like, okay, I mean, that's already a miracle that, yeah, I mean, you know, people actually tune in to watch. You know, at peak, I get like... on this channel, I get like, what, 60, 70 people watching when the ladder has just reset on Slashdiablo? Alright, fantastic. But The fact of the matter is, you know, that retention isn't there for very long. People like listening to me in the background while they go and farm for like 5 or 6 hours. Probably not all of it even. But I definitely don't put out anything that would want to make people stay or become regulars. Did you just accuse me, ZZZ, and Kostrom of being in our right mind? Well, take it back immediately. Okay, fair enough. When we hit 90 viewers when you tried to swapcast, that was good. Alright, alright. Well, that was just... Okay, we don't talk about that day, alright? We don't talk about that day. That day was gone. I'm deleting that VOD and you guys will never see it again. I don't know what more to say than that. But again, like, that... I'm not counting that because those viewers came out of seemingly thin air. I don't know how else to put it. I'm talking about any other day where I've legitimately gotten X number of viewers. At peak, I've peaked at about, what, 70? 60, 70 viewers? Doesn't really matter. The point is just that only on ladder reset do I peak, and that's just the way it is, right? Like, I don't know how else to put it. 7 FHR, 12 max. Doing Moz runs instead of Slashdiablo versus Moz, you'd probably get more viewers. That's fine. I don't care much for the title myself anyway, as I'm sure you've noticed in a lot of instances. Anyway. Thin air. That was thin air. My all-time peak is 100. Is it really 119? I thought it was more than that. I know that a while back you did a lot more. Anyway, besides the point. You know, more clickbait titles. Yeah, again, presentation is part of it. Coming up with a witty title that actually might entice more people, or trying different things, right? Like, that takes time, that takes effort. And that's just stuff that I'm not... Like, again, you could put no effort, or very little effort in your channel and watch it grow, right? Like, there are ways to do that. You have to be kind of creative, but you could probably pull it off. But for something like Diablo 2, I feel like, yeah, there's certain things that you need. You have to bring something to the table that people want to watch. And again, I'm glad if people like watching me. Like, thanks, great. But yeah, I also fully respect that, yeah, not everyone's going to watch me want to play on Slashdiablo. A lot of people don't even think that, you know, a lot of people see Slashdiablo and they think that Slashdiablo is just like another private server, which it is, but it's like another private server that runs a modded version of the game, in quotes modded, for like, you know, like the items got basically they think it's another POD, or like another some variation of something like POD or Resurgence, where like the game looks like Diablo but certain things have been modified. And even on Slash, yeah, things have been modified, but they aren't really things that affect like the character classes, the items, blah blah blah. I mean, we could get into like the long tangential discussion about like, oh well, yeah, but Gullrune affects the value of a novel. Oh fuck, I don't care about that. Look, a lot of people won't even stick around to find out what the fucking difference between Slash and the vanilla game is, or some people know the differences, but they frankly don't care. They see it as just a non-vanilla version of the game, and again, that's totally respectable. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is, I make this content to play on Slash and to hang out with you guys, and a lot of the people who tune in for content on the Diablo 2 category probably care more for what the speedrunners or grailers have to offer, in my opinion, okay? So that's what I'm going to say. I like your... If you played the POD instead of Slash, you would get more viewers 100%. Yeah, I thought about that too. I've honestly have thought about that. I've thought about that. No, and you wrote a gigantic wall of text. Great. I'll read that in a second too, but a lot of different things to talk about here. Look, like, what if you did Fireclaws Druids 100% fair and balanced? Yes, yeah, that... I see what you did. That's a good one. That's clever. That's very clever. I like that. Well played. I'd give you a thumbs up if I could, and this were like a Reddit comment or some shit. That's beautiful. Alright, out here, Eastern Sun. She must only register those who join your channel by themselves. Okay, cool. I mean, oh, I see. That's for yours. Anyway. Mm. Uh. Just reading the rest of the stuff that I missed. You guys are talking about, like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have my reasons for not wanting to become partnered. I'm gonna leave it at that. Ghoster's got his reasons for being partnered, and I mean, again, like maybe, yeah, maybe our reasons aren't well grounded. I guess I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, reasons still reasons. I mean, even if you don't see them as such, I don't really think it matters too much. Let's see. So what was I saying? Yeah. So POD instead of slash get viewers 100%. Let's talk about that. So, before that though, actually, sorry. Coaster was saying peak without raids or host. Okay, I see. Yeah. Without raids and hosts, I think my peak was actually closer to 60 to 65 viewers on this channel, probably. Anyway. So yeah, a POD instead of So yeah, I've definitely considered this. Like, I've considered that, yeah, if I started playing POD, even if I, for a while, like, I'm talking like 2016, before POD became a lot bigger, but back in it was like between 2015 and 2017, that was when BNet was still pretty prevalent. I don't know if you were around back then, ZZZ, but there were people like Uncapable who were pulling in hundreds of viewers a night. And all he was really doing, this Uncapable guy, is he was playing, well, it actually wasn't just Uncapable, it was also like BT Neanderthal, but anyway. I remember this Uncapable guy specifically. Uncapable was playing, basically botnet. He was playing botnet, and then he would make he would make a private game, and then invite specific people from his chat to join him for basically Players 8. And yeah, he would do that every single night. Every single night. Again, it's nothing special, but by doing something like this, he got hundreds of viewers. And in the span of about 2 months, right? That's that's the thing. He was consistent about it, and it was something that he was consistent and frequent about it, I should say. Like, yeah, you can be consistent about something if you're doing something once a week, like every week for like a couple of years. Like, all right, great. But this guy did it for every day. Like, he streamed like pretty much every single day for 2 weeks. 2 months, I think. And each of those streams were like long streams. They were like between 8 to 16 hours. That's the kind of dedication which brought him up to hundreds of viewers in the span of like a couple of months. And of course, that's content that I guess people wanted to see, or at least listen to, because he was a chill dude. And yeah, he played on BNet, which people knew very well, right? Anyway, where am I going with this? Yeah, basically what I'm trying to say here is that, yeah, I do think that there's other outlets which I could play, which would get more viewers, but I frankly could give less of a shit about it. Like, again, as I've hopefully made clear for the trillionth time, I could frankly give less of a fuck about how many viewers I have, save for, you know, the core audience that I have, like, you know, Seth, Maverick, Coaster, arguably you too, I guess, EZZ. Yeah, like, people from Slash, LeBron, right? That for me is just, that's fine. Like, I'm quite happy with where I'm at. Anyway. Yeah, well, I didn't include you because Something Watch, you definitely fit into a different category. But anyway. Yes, exactly. Content, consistency, exposure. Yes, I've come to that conclusion, for sure. But frankly, Well, honestly, there is one other thing, actually. It's much easier to start off with, well, shouldn't say it like that. I just feel like, nah, I'm not gonna get into that topic right now. That'll last us all evening. Hey, how's it going, Fatty? You're here. Your stream is appearing offline. Seriously? The fuck? Is it? Shit. It actually is. That's so weird. It says live, though. That's the weird thing. Maybe I should just restart it. Been watching a blank screen. No, he hasn't been watching a blank screen. He probably dropped by, saw that it was down, and then just straight up was like, "All right, I guess D2D2 is not a well. I don't know. Well, he's in game now, so I don't know." Didn't even say how through watcher. Favorite grinder date doesn't get included. No, I specifically said, just for the record, like I specifically said those names because these are like, I mean, these are the people that showed up to today's streams, but except for Maverick, but like. And I guess Seth, but like these are the people who I regularly see on this channel. Like even from when I first started back this channel back in like 2016, right? These okay, ZZZ wasn't around at that time. That's why I was hesitating to include him too. But Coaster, Seth, Maverick, they've been around for years, and you know I enjoy talking to the people who I'm most fond of over these years, and even ZZZ because, well, though heated our discussions can get, same with you too, Home 3 Watcher, in a different regard, but yeah, though heated our discussions can get, it's like, you know, we have some fun stuff here and there. Like I'd rather just be able to just sit back, enjoy a nice stream where I run Mausoleum, do what I feel like doing, rather than run fucking POD, which I could really give two less shits about. And, you know, pull in like a couple hundred viewers. Like, I don't fucking care, even if you offered me money. Well, okay, if you offered me like a couple million, then sure, done, right? But like, you're gonna try to like give me like a couple $1,000, like it's not worth it. I do this as a, you know, something I just want to enjoy. I do what I feel like doing. I talk to the people I feel like talking to, and that's good enough for me, really. Yeah, YouTube sucks. What up? Yeah, I might have been here. You might have been here under a different persona. Before I became ZZZ, I was a normie. What the fuck does that... Okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna ask. You told me 4 years ago you streamed D2. I would have been here 4 years ago. Yeah, well... Yeah, there was a reason why I didn't want to tell you that I fucking stream D2, okay? Whatever. Anyway. Let's take a look. Is YouTube still down? Here, let me just check something out quickly. Okay, give me a sec. Let me just restart my stream. Okay. I'm wondering if this will fix the YouTube problem. Don't. Why not? Like, we're already here. My stream has already dropped like 5 times. What's one more restart gonna do? I'll be back in just a second, guys. Hopefully. Okay. So I should already be back. Let's just refresh. That's so weird. I just went back to YouTube. And it, like, by ending my stream, it said that I was no longer live. But back when you guys, well, we couldn't see anything on YouTube, it still wasn't showing anything, like, but it said I was live. Okay, you know what, I'm gonna call YouTube a wash for the... We still not live on YouTube. Okay. YouTube can go fuck itself. That's what I'm gonna say. That's... Rip all 3 viewers. Just came here to check it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, On3 Watcher. Yeah, I've been refreshing on the other page just to check because I also wanted to know. Frankly, it doesn't really matter. Like, again, like, okay, well, I don't know. It just, maybe Fatty would have wanted to watch on YouTube, or some of the people who actually tune into this stream on YouTube might have wanted to see. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, why am I so secretive? This guy actually, the sick be like, oh, are you back to finish level 99 on my druid? Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, why am I so secretive? It's just because I value my privacy. That's the bottom line. I'd rather not know, or I'd rather not have to deal with the potential Hom3 watcher lurking right outside my house, if you catch my drift. Yeah. There's no lull or calf. Yeah, well, it's the weird yellow happy face. I agree. It's very unnerving, the emotes that you get there. I wouldn't lurk. You'd know I was there. Yeah. Well, I mean, I already know you're here, but yeah, I used you as the first example I could think of. You know, I don't want Fatty 180 to be like right outside my window. You know what I mean? I can read my wall of text. All right. Oh yes. Let's go back to your Yeah, I'd forgotten to. Well, I hadn't forgotten. It's just with so much happening, I didn't quite make it back there yet. Be honest, the reason you don't get more viewers is you don't network with the other D2 streamers and get them to host you all the time. And also, you need to stream every day and then do something cooler than play with Mappack. Also, people hate Mappack now because they're noobs. Just like all the noobs who think VOD is good and all the dudes who watch Xmas, Dabrowski, and Llama. Okay, talking shit about POD, Llama, Xmas, and Dabrowski aside, I am already quite aware of this, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I definitely have theorized what I would have needed to do if I wanted to grow this if I wanted to grow as a content creator, like as a Diablo 2 content creator, honestly. Like I've considered it. On top of networking with the other D2 YouTubers or D2 streamers, because you didn't include this, I should also spend some time. That's the other big thing. I haven't spent any time on really doing any streams or any videos, but I should also take time to actually make more content on YouTube, just so that I'm more discoverable. To be honest, you might not think that's a factor, but I mean that's kind of how Dabrowski actually got a lot of people to know who he is, right? So it doesn't have to just be Twitch content that I need to switch up, but also using other outlets to get myself out there. That's definitely an option. How to get viewers? He just doesn't care. In a secret professional life, he makes contents that get over 500,000 views. Wow, those are some very bold claims, Hom3 Watcher. Anyway, I'm really good at imagining people's motivations in life. There isn't anything I can imagine that you could not say, but hey, Uncapable was cool. Yeah, Uncapable was alright. I didn't really have much of an opinion about him, but I definitely paid extra attention to him because he kind of came out of nowhere. Like, I don't know how else to put it. He came out of nowhere, and in months, he basically had the spotlight in the Diablo 3. Which, that's a bold claim. I can't say it like that, but he was quite popular. Like, he was quite popular for a game like this, because yeah, Llama and Ryu existed back then too, right? They also had like hundreds or like 1,000 or however many viewers, but the thing with Uncapable is he was a non-D2 speedrunner, and he had just begun growing his channel. And he was already, like, he was able to get partner, which was a big deal back in the day. Nowadays, everyone and their mother's fucking affiliated. Almost everyone. I mean, obviously, there's people like me and Coaster who are pretty adamant about not getting affiliated. But yeah, back then, there was no such thing as affiliate, right? Back then, there was no such thing as affiliate. Back then, there was such a thing as... there was such a thing as partnered, and that was it. So Uncapable was aiming for partnered, and he got it in a couple months for a game as old as this, which I thought was a stellar achievement. And even now, yeah, I'm glad I paid extra attention to him, because honestly, he was a very peculiar content creator, for lack of a better word. Very interesting guy. Anyway, with regards to secret reasons, well, I mean, I'm not going to talk about them, because if I talked about them, they wouldn't be very secret now, would they? Although, again, I'm not... it's not even about it being secret, it's just that I don't really want to go through the trouble of having to talk about... Well, that's... Among other things, I also don't want to go through the trouble of having to go and talk about it and debate with you and argue for, like, another... Like, basically what you did with Coaster, but long and prolonged and drawn out, and fucking hell, dude, I just want to play some fucking Diablo 2. That's why I'm here. Anyway. What else were you guys talking about? Yeah, so I did read your wall of text. Let's see. Yeah, that emote. Helm3 Watcher, don't call me a noob, rude. Okay, it's okay if you watch long, but you are also a D2 viewer. That means you're not a noob. I mean, I'm not... That's a funny claim. I assume you mean that kind of in jest, but I feel like I'm definitely not... Well... Like, I know a bit about, like, how a character should be made in theory when it comes to MFing, but I'm not as knowledgeable when it comes to other things, right? Like, speedrunning, that's a wash. 2.8, that's a wash. Breakpoints, okay, I know those, but I obviously had to fucking pull up a guide for it. PvP, not my thing, man. There's a certain... Trying out new builds, like, different builds, for MFing, and on Slash specifically, I know how to do that, but... That's a far cry from what people are looking for single player or in quotes vanilla D2 gameplay. So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm touched that you think so highly of me, but at the same time, yeah, I find it hard to say in earnest that yeah, like yeah, you know, my streams are for the pros, that kind of shite. Anyway, actually been subbed to Llama for over a year, which was entirely from gift subs from his man versus stream sellouts. Okay. At least you got cute llama emotes. Do you have an Uncapable poster on your bedroom wall? No, he was a Canadian stoner, not too unusual. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we are known for that. Let's see. Leave D2 alone. Secret tax evasion. Evade tax by never making money. Big brain strats. Yeah, I see LeBron in Llama's chat too. He was there when he got 99. Oh yeah, he did actually get 99. That's kind of impressive. But anyway, yes, just for the record, yeah, like this. I know probably it might seem like we had switched away from this topic, but yeah, I just want to make it very clear. Like, yeah, if my, I mean, like, to be honest with you, ZZZ, part of the reason why I started this channel was because I wanted to kind of know. I had different ideas for Diablo... Ooh, XP Shrine. I had different ideas for Diablo 2 content, and I wanted to actually try them out and see if, you know, people would enjoy watching it. And, I mean, I obviously had my own twists to... or my own ways to carry out streams, my own style, right? Like different streamers have different styles of streaming, different ways of making content, and there were certain ideas I had in mind that I wanted to try. And I kind of want to do it. Well, yeah, that's basically it. I wanted to do it, and along the way, even now, actually, like I've definitely, well, not right this moment now, but I mean even like recently, right? Like I've definitely thought about like, all right, if I really wanted to take my channel to like basically grow my channel, yeah, like there's definitely ways I would have gone about it. Yeah, no, I don't know how else to say it. There's ways I would have gone about it that, you know, where I would have just taken a different approach. I would try no, I wouldn't try playing POD. I would commit to POD for starters and actually make, like, here something I notice, right? One of the things that I couldn't stand about well, yeah, one of the things I couldn't stand about Diablo 2 content, I was joking about POD, by the way. Which part of it? People would actually tune into you if you stream POD. To be quite honest, I actually think people would, or more people would watch. More people would actually watch if I stream POD. And I'm not talking about like more viewers per stream, but at least more exposure and people who would actually know who I am, maybe. Well, it was kind of a sick joke because yes, they would. Okay, so that at least we can agree on. Like, we've disagreed on some things tonight, a lot of things tonight, but that is something we can agree on. But I would not be here. Actually. So, what was that again? You said POD, right? Hold on, let me go reinstall POD. Let me go get some POD, and I'll be back. Give me 15 minutes. I have a POD stream coming up in 15 minutes. Hey, welcome to the channel, Dark. How are you doing? No, but anyway, yeah. I mean, I had to say it. I mean, sometimes, man, AFK. Oh no, like unsubbed, just out of here. How's it going, Dark? Hope you're having a lovely day. How's it going with you? I'm just in the middle of carrying out 1,000 mausoleum runs. We are, well, not all in one stream, obviously. We're on run number 589 right now. We're coming up on run 590 after this. And we're probably going to take a short break until the server finishes restarting, is my plan here. Okay, anyway. Played Gothic 3, how about me? I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. I am doing fine. Yeah, I'm just chilling here. I'm just doing my Fireclaws Druid, and yeah, just having a lovely discussion about content creation with ZZZ. Good stuff. You're the biggest Slash streamer by far. Okay, yeah, that I am. I mean, I won't deny that. Although I guess at one point you could say DJ Waters was bigger, but I mean, obviously he's not a Slash only streamer, and he hasn't played D2 recently at all, and you know, he, even when he was making D2 content, he played a bit of Slash, and then played a bit of Slash again, and then he played a bit of Slash a third time, and then haven't seen him since. So, right? Really, the problem with Slash is too small. It's okay, Slash caters to the 1%ers. No. Well, that's part of it. But there's a lot of different factors. I can't... I don't really have like a whole speech prepared for it, but I can tell you right now, like I don't have to be Slash centric or POD centric. I can also be all of the above. To be honest, like that would be the way to go. To be honest, like this, and there isn't one strict way in growing a channel. There's lots of different ways you can do it, right? Let me give you some ideas I had. I'll just share my ideas with you straight up because I don't ever plan to actually carry out these ideas. So there's simply no real need for, and I mean this is great. Like I can actually bounce these ideas off you straight up. Like you can criticize them all you like. At the end of the day, it's not going to matter because I'm never going to really make them. But I'll tell you some of the ideas that I had that I'm pretty sure would probably sell. Which is why I'm here. I'm top 1% in brain power. Yeah, okay, clearly. Tried Resurgence mod and I like it more than POD. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad you like the Resurgence mod more than POD. Like I have never actually tried the Resurgence mod. But I've tried POD and frankly I couldn't play it for longer. Well, I mean, I've talked about this before. I couldn't play it for longer than 3 hours. It just was kind of boring for me. but yeah, anyway, it was somehow 2 a.m. I need to go to sleep. Yeah, sounds good. Oh, Hall3, thanks again for dropping by, and I'll see you again next time. BC, oh, like be around at some point. All right, sounds good. Thanks for letting me know. I'll see you around then. Yeah, if you happen to drop by. Is this not Resurgence? No, Darka, I'm not playing Resurgence. I'm playing on Slashdiablo. Slashdiablo, basically, Resurgence is like the sister server to Slash, or brother server, depending on how you want to look at it. Sibling. There you go. It's kind of like the sibling to Resurgence, because these are, I think it's the same group of people who run both private servers, or like a similar group of, or they at least know each other. I don't know the exact history, but I know that just know that Slash is not the same thing as Resurgence. Hopefully that I didn't debate you into, or you weren't debated into watching this channel because you're expecting like Resurgence gameplay. No, this is just this is Slashdiablo, which uses the map pack, the same map pack incidentally as what Resurgence uses. So yeah, that's what we have here. Again, you're free to go if you were expecting Resurgence gameplay, but yeah, no, I prefer playing on Slash. I mean, I grew up with the vanilla, well, I grew up with, you know, the original Diablo 2 or whatever you want to call that as, but, you know, a lot of people came up with really cool mods like POD, Median, Resurgence. I mean, I think they each have their merits, and I think they're a lot of fun, and I absolutely recommend people to try them out because, you know, they're well polished, people put a lot of effort into them, they're honestly very well done and a lot of fun for the vast majority of players, but at the same time, I just don't quite fit into that category of the majority of players. I prefer playing on this broken mess known as, well, I guess the original Diablo 2. What are these guys talking about in the game here? Fatty just showed the video. I don't know if he's what they're talking about exactly. I'm gonna have to take a short break after this because after this run, the server is gonna restart in like 5. So I'm definitely not gonna be able to finish my next run. So I'll probably just chat with you guys directly, especially because I can. Yeah. Oh man, I get to bounce some ideas off you, so that's gonna be fun. I think they got their exposure from speedruns live, and Llama went to GDQ and kissed Blizzard's ass and became the face of D2 instead of just another speedrunner. Yeah? Is that how it worked? For go-to assumption that the clickable LK is profit then only SP chest, you must compare the same time, not the same runs. Oh. I don't know what Fatty was talking about there. Yeah, I don't know what the discussion between Slash and Fatty there is, but I'm not gonna ask too much. Resurgence started on Slash, shared admin still. Ah, there you go. That is. The Llama invited to BlizzCon for D4. There were a bunch of people invited to. Yeah, there were a bunch of people, like content creators, that were invited to BlizzCon. So I don't know the full story there. He is our leader now. Anyway, yeah, sure, I guess. I don't know. I don't really care much for any of that. Everyone else was D3, not D2. Okay, yeah. That kind of makes sense, actually, yeah. Naturally, I have more people who are like, yeah, I'm a D3 streamer, like a Riker. I mean, I don't really know what more to say than that. Yeah, so, yeah, majority of people are streaming, not majority of people, but a lot of... No, a lot more people stream D3 than D2, I think. Actually, let me check that. Instead of talking about my ass, let me actually just check that quickly. Although, I guess... Yeah, there's definitely more people streaming D3. In terms of the number of viewers, though... Here we go. It's funny because D2 and D3 have a roughly similar number of viewers. Like, okay, yeah, Diablo 3 has 542, Diablo 2 has 459, but I think it also fluctuates based on like who's online. Like if you have a speedrunner like Ryu, Llama, I think possibly Indrik. I don't know how many people Indrik pulls in nowadays. But I know that Diablo 3 also has its fair share of people who are super popular that a lot of people enjoy watching too. So. Alright, well they do PoE now, not D3. All the PoE guys came from D3. Oh, well there you have it. Anyway, I'm gonna wait for the next run. I'm just gonna chat with you guys until then. So you still around, Dark, by the way? Yeah, because, yeah, more or less I am playing on the sibling server of Resurgence. So just know that even though I'm not playing on Resurgence itself, which is what you probably came for, yeah, I'm playing on what I consider to be the closest thing to OG D2 that you can really get. In a manner of speaking. Like, I guess in theory I could play Pluggy, but I obviously prefer playing with other people. So I gladly take Slash over single player. And then of course there's always BNet, but that's infested with bots. And then of course you could just play with a group of friends and do like, you know, group self-found, but then obviously I don't have any friends, so well, what can I do about it? But you use map hack. Okay, so let me actually take one more moment to address something that you said from way earlier. Way earlier. Let's see. This was something that I forgot to mention. Was it that you said? Ah, man, I can't find it anymore. But anyway, you basically what you were saying was like, oh yeah, you know, this was something that I never mentioned. The fact that I use map hack is going to be a huge turnoff to a lot of people, because understandably there's a big stigma that goes around, like for some people there's a big stigma that goes around, oh, this guy's using map hack, oh, we're just gonna get away, not interested. Like, which is fair, right? Like, if your first impression, which again, like, you know whether or not, well, a lot of people try to judge things out in in a couple of seconds of whatever it is they're looking at, and well, at least this is the way I do things. I know this is how a lot of other people do things too. In my case, if I'm trying to look for like a stream that I want to actually look at, I'll pull up a stream, watch like maybe a minute or two, maybe a couple seconds, and if I like it, then I'll stay. And if I don't like it, I'll leave. Not gonna sit around and wait. If somebody comes into my channel and the first thing they see is me fucking running Mausoleum with map hack, then yeah, like, their first impression is gonna be, oh, this guy's just fucking cheating out on BNet or some shit. Like, some people have this impression, they leave, they'll never say a word. Hey, Adams Dom her. Help me please. What, this is a rather... Okay, what do you need help with? I can't really guarantee that I'll be able to help you. Rather unusual request. But yeah, I need to know what's going down here. What are your thoughts on Inferno Tyrell's mic drop clip a few days ago? I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him. I couldn't help but be happy for him. When I pulled up that clip, that was a reaction of genuine excitement. Not like, wow, dude, that's so great! I found the last item. No, it was like, it's like that moment when you've just found out that you won the lottery type of excitement. And yeah, I don't blame him. That's just, yeah, I'm happy for him, man. I don't know what else to say. It's a glorious moment when he was able to shout aloud to people, yeah, I fucking did it, basically. So yeah, good for him. I'm glad, and yeah, I think that's awesome. And the reason Slash doesn't get bigger because of these White Knight map hack haters, I think that's part of it. I honestly think that's just part of it, to tell you the truth. That's part of it. I think the other part is honestly the advertising, to tell you the truth. Like, I think that Slash just doesn't get enough exposure compared to POD. Yeah, a lot of the streamers would rather like stream POD than Slash, among other things, right? But heard they were trash at D2 when they were a kid and couldn't figure out how to use hacks. They quit and went to play Halo, then COD. That's very interesting theory. Talk about Tyrell's might in the chat before. Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb, Fatty, and guess they talk about Tyrell's might every night in the chat, because it's the only item that probably needs to finish that grail, or it's the rarest item he needs to finish that grail. Even when you come into my street, sometimes you'll be like, okay, I smell an orange box. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen, right? But Interior's Might, it's way worse because like that's the rarest item in the game. So naturally, people are gonna talk about it in a setting where the goal is to find the rarest items in the game, and they are naturally going to talk about at the very least, the one that's the rarest. So. Oh, playing with map hack is lame. It's too easy. Run around in the dark. My English is bad, says Adams. Okay. You said you needed help. What do you need help with? And yeah, welcome to the channel. Anyway, maybe I'm wrong, but this is one of those cases where I do think that I think that it's some combination of the lack of advertising to not just like, I'm not talking just about content creators, but I'm talking about like just people who would actually be interested in Slash. I don't know which outlets they could really use for that, to tell you the truth. Like, yeah, I mentioned content creators because like, I'm not talking about how Slash markets itself to content creators, right? Like, content creators, they're the ones who are able to market POD to viewers, but I don't know. I feel like Slash could maybe, like, they could go to, like, the Diablo subreddit. They did this on one season. They made a post on the Diablo subreddit, or they could do like a nice YouTube video that could hype people up, right? Those would, I would like to think, be valid ways of trying to encourage more people to come on board. I think that the other problem too is that, or part of the issue too, is that there's not really much. A lot of people will feel like they don't have much else to see in on Slash compared to POD. Like, again, I could be totally wrong about this, but this is how I see things, which I think is still a very valid viewpoint. Like, when I play on Slash, I know what I'm getting myself into. I know that the toughest things you can do in this game are players 8, leveling to 99, Ubers, and PvP. Right? And I guess arguably decking out your character, but probably if you're pushing for 99, you'll probably at some point fully deck out your character. Like, let's be real here. Now, yeah, these are the hardest achievements you could reach in Diablo 2, for the most part. Oh, and I guess grailing. Look, there isn't really, like, a mega boss. There isn't, like, any super secret areas that people don't really know about. And you know for the most part what your end items are going to be, right? Like, I know what my end items are going to be a lot of the time whenever I make a character. I think that's totally fair, but with POD, a lot of the people who play on POD get a new experience, which is kind of what they want. They want something that's newer, like, that's familiar but new, if that makes sense, right? Like, there's certain elements that they know, like, and they know how to play the game, so it's easy to get into, but they are also trying different things out in a new setting. I feel like that's part of the reason why also people are interested in POD versus Slash. Because on Slash, you make your character, and then once you're done your character, what are you going to do, right? Like, even for me, if I were to find a John, a Burr tomorrow, and all the other, let's say I found 50 ohms worth of runes in a single night, I wouldn't know what to do after that. I'm not interested in PvP. I could probably build this character to do Ubers, sure, fine, but whatever. I could grind out to 99 or grind out Grail, but none of those options are particularly interesting to me. Yeah. Okay, well, Adams was asking for help, and then after that, he just somehow, well, I don't know if he still needs help because he just vamoosed, but anyway. Fatty was saying, interesting thing I noticed the data perspective is Tyrael's my drop rate as perspective is like 1 in 27,000 pit runs as Zerk or 400 hours. So that took him thrice. Yeah, well, that's why it's called an average, right? He could just as easily find Tyrael's run 2 on pits on his next attempt at Grail. That's also very possible. Right? Like that's the thing about RNG, and that's another reason why I wouldn't ever want to do a Holy Grail challenge, or well, yeah, like that's one of the reasons I would never want to do a Holy Grail. Like to be honest, like 99 I can get behind because there's a very fixed amount of progress that is made towards 99 in every run that you do, assuming you're doing it right, obviously. But when it comes to the Grail, I could spend a fucking eternity on the Grail and still never find a Tyrael's Might, just as an example. You played this, Fatty, you played this game for what, 20 years, right? You played this game for 15 to 20 years, and you, only like a year ago did you find your first ever Tyraels, right? You found like tons of Mang songs, D-Wet, like it's just this one item. Like if I were in your shoes, I would fucking shoot myself. You even do hundreds of runs a night. Like you run pit, you try your pit Zerker, you play single player. Like you have a level of dedication that I only dream of having. Like people on this server sometimes tell me, "Hey, wow, D2, you're doing 1,000 runs of AT. Man, you're with like a fire druid or like a windy druid. Man, you are dedicated." No, man, that pales in comparison to the amount of effort that you've put into finding a Tyrael's Might. And for me, I could just simply never imagine myself doing that. If I'm gonna spend that much time doing something, I definitely would prefer to put that into somewhere I can see the progress, right? Like, and I think that's fair. Like, I'm just trying to think of a good example. I mean, I'll use gaming just for simplicity's sake. Try to think of a good game. Let's say League. Honestly, honestly, I dislike League now, but I would sooner try to put the amount of time it would take me to get a Tyrael's Might into trying to get good at League of Legends, or better at League of Legends, or to learn more about RuneScape even, or to get better at Call of Duty. Any Call of Duty, frankly. Right? Like, or I'm trying to think of some other, what other RPGs came up earlier? I don't even really need to come up with any more, man. That's enough for me. Like, it's such a crapshoot because with, oh, Maul. Superior Ogre Maul, in fact. Anyway, in all of the games that I just listed, there are ways to kind of be like, all right, I've definitely improved over time, right? Even in these runs of Diablo 2, where I'm running Mausoleum, I can kind of look at my run the amount of minutes I've spent, and I could be like, all right, well, my run times went from 3-minute average to 2-minute average. That's measurable, but Tyrael's Might is just a fucking crapshoot, dude. And again, I'm not trying to discourage you. I just can't stand the thought of that RNG. Like me being at the complete mercy of RNG. Like, yeah, there's plenty of games out there that are RNG based. Like, I'm not a stranger to RNG based. This entire game is fucking RNG in incarnate, right? Like when I played my season with the Sork, where I was trying to become the 1%er or tuber, right? Like yeah, I gotta play the odds there, and I got super lucky, but yeah, like doing that on an extreme level? No way, man. Nah, no fucking way. Nah, not a chance, dude. Not happening. That ain't me. Where he did become the 1%er. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. Honestly. It was a good season. I love that season for sure. But, yeah. Two Bezos. Yeah, my first and only unique secret was Tyrael's, and I was going to sell it to Char. Yeah, I remember that. You did find a Tyrael's, and I told you that it wasn't worth anything, and then somebody actually took it off your hands. See, that's a prime example of what I'm talking about when I say, yeah, sometimes I think that something's worth a certain price, and I'm dead wrong. Apparently somebody did have an eye out for Tyrael's. Usually it doesn't sell for anything. I remember there was a season, Maverick literally found 2 Tyrael's mites. Yeah, Maverick straight up found 2 Tyrael's mites, like, back to, I should say back to back, but he found 1 Tyrael's mite, and then 2 weeks later he found another Tyrael's mite, and that's all he found that season. Like, didn't find any burrs, didn't find any jaws, didn't find a griffs, didn't find a D-web. No. 2 Tyrael's. Like, alright. You know, imagine having that level of luck, man. 5/5 white light die. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, we don't talk about that. All these grailers talking about Tyrael's has raised the price. Tyrael's worth 10 ohms. Well, it wouldn't be unusual. But also, I don't really think that grailing is a thing that people are doing on Slash. If you're going to do something on Slash, then gun for Tyrael's, like what Fatty's doing. Fucking 5/5 white light die. Yo, I'm so triggered right now. 43 Templars. Yes, Fatty even kept count. 43 Templars. Not because people are going, just because people talk about it so much now. Oh, I see. That's an interesting point. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that could be it. That I wouldn't disagree with. Earlier, what you were talking about with BOD, I'm not sure I agree with entirely, but... And it's, again, I think it's totally fine to theorize about it. But in this case, yeah, I can agree with you on this one. Easy game over, easy grail. Well, I wonder about that. Just looking at Llama and his fucking Mang songs right now. But anyway, let's go back to ZZ, what you were saying. Alright, people follow the content. It keeps pulling me down. Here we go. Okay. Mixed streamers, no Slash. They all say the same thing. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. People follow the content creators. They are sheep. If all the content creators are anti-Mappack, then we're screwed. Talk to them all about Slash, and they shit on it on Mappack. I talked to BT Neanderthal, and he said that his reason for I think the problem for him was the drop rates were too forgiving, which I totally respect. Like he had a fully decked out Javazon in about 3 or 4 days, and he's basically just like, yeah, nah. He just couldn't really get into it, especially when it was, you know, so easy for him to get, or in his eyes, it was too easy for him to fully finish his character. And then, like I said before, like, what else is he going to do after that? There's no other real end game goal. I guess he could try to go for 40 light lifers and try to, or Java lifers and try to like fully deck out his character, but a lot of people don't even care much for that, so. You know, Slash was like POD, no bots, no Mappack, no multi-box, but just vanilla. It was stand a chance, but then the core Slash people wouldn't be there. Like, we want those things. POD's main draw is not the newness. I wonder about that. Tricked people, basically vanilla D2 with QOL. POD's main draw is no bots and no hacks. People think multi-boxing is a hack. Now the core POD people like the new stuff. POD is still not bigger than vanilla because it's janky. You keep calling it janky. I don't know why you keep calling it janky. But, again, I believe that vanilla is the most popular because it's vanilla. Like, it's very, very difficult to and you've already seen this be the case, quite frankly, when it comes to trade chat. But I should have actually saved that for the end as the punchline. Anyway, it's very difficult to establish a norm and then try to switch people away from the norm. Because, like, people have been playing on BNet for 20 years. Even now, people are still playing on BNet. Like, can you fucking believe it? I fucking don't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. But people do. They grew up with BNet. That's all a lot of people know. not everyone's gonna go out of their way to go check out. Like a lot of people who play D2, some of them don't even watch Twitch. Some of them don't care about PO. Like they've never heard of POD in their life or Slash. And if they heard about Slash, they would hop over to Slash. Or if they heard about POD, they might hop over to POD. But they play vanilla because that's, you know, when you install the game, what's the first thing you fucking connect to? You connect to BNet, right? So yeah, that's where a lot of people go. And that's how the game will probably continue to be until the day the servers die out, if that ever really happens, which I mean it will, but there's different forms of dying out, right? Like it could very well be the case that BNet stays up for another 15 years and Slash and POD shut down in the next 2 years, right? Like you never know, anything can happen. Green Dude might just burn out. He might just say, fuck it, I don't care. I'm sick of this shit, right? Like anything could happen, man. But my point here is just that, yeah, I don't really think that... Well, the other thing, too, is, like, in my case, I like playing, like, as close to vanilla D2 as I can, while still having that multiplayer experience, right? Different people have different meanings of what vanilla means to them, or how much of the game they're willing to kind of, like, go out of their way for, I guess. Yeah, for me, I don't care much for map hack, but a lot of other people, it's really the breaking point for them, or changing drop rates. People have cited changed drop rates as why they don't want to play, right? And whether or not you believe them on that, well, that's totally up to you, but I believe them. It doesn't make much sense for somebody to come in here, be like, oh, I don't play on Slash because of their generous drop rates. Like, it's... And then to lie about that, right? Like, anyway. With your 3 viewers telling one person a day about Slash is not doing anything. Here we go. The thing I said about POD is 100% accurate. The drop rate reason is BS. They don't say anything about POD drop rate. Yeah, okay, well... I don't know. Maybe it's different people, alright? Like, the people I've talked to, they don't like Slash as a vanilla version of the game because of drop rates or drop rates and map hack, and they also don't play on POD. They all love POD, including BT. All right, well, sure. You know what? You know BT better than I do. Okay, maybe, yeah, maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he told me that it was drop rates and it actually wasn't drop rates, or maybe I misheard or whatever. But shit, like, literally playing POD right now. Oh, Slash more would play it, but the reason they don't is because every other content creator doesn't play Slash. And advertising for Minsky is like, what? They're gonna buy a Super Bowl ad? No, they need to get content creators to play Slash. Yeah, well, I can see what you're saying with that. I mean, all I'm saying is more advertising can be done, not necessarily through outlets like Twitch, but even through, like, other subreddits like Diablo. They actually had some success with that. I think they made a post a couple of seasons ago on the Diablo subreddit, and then that was the season where they had, like, the highest number of people up until that point, right? It had been kind of like up and down for a while, and this is like pre-COVID, by the way. Like, I'm talking about like back in 2018, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2018. 2018 fall, right? The player count had been pretty up and down. And that one season where they actually went and made that post, and they got people on board, and yeah, a lot of people actually checked it out, and I think at peak they had like 600 people online. I'd never seen numbers that high up until that point. It was crazy. So again, I don't know. I think I do agree that if there were more content creators playing Slash, that Slash would be doing better in terms of its player base. But I also think that there are other ways they could go about advertising Slash too. Right? Like, that's all I'm trying to say, right? Like, I agree. I understand where you're coming from. You know, if you got Llama to play Slash, imagine how many other people would play Slash, right? Like, if you got, I don't know, you probably would never get Indirect to play Slash. And honestly, it would just be If you got Dobrunsky, there you go. If you got Dobrunsky to play Slash, like, again, like, whether or not you consider him a great player is irrelevant. But, you know, he's somebody who happens to be in touch with a lot of people. That sheep effect is very real. Yeah. It's true too, though. A lot of the time, the content creators do dictate the meta. In this case, it's not really. I don't know if you could really call this a meta, but I've noticed this for other games, right? Like, if streamers are using something, or if content creators are making something, if the pros are using something, everyone's like, okay, yeah, that's the thing that we all got to use. And here, I guess it's similar. It's obviously not a specific like build or class that everyone's using, but a lot of people are opting to play Slash or POD because that's what is going on. That is a very valid point. If there weren't so many content creators playing POD, I would imagine also they wouldn't have as many people. Yeah, that's true. Has played Slash. He said he would consider it in the future, but he's all about speed banning now. Really? I'm surprised that he would actually consider Slash map hack and all. And besides, like, he doesn't really strike me as the, like, what would he really get out of Slash? That's the thing that kind of what I'm curious about. Like, what would he get out of it? Like, actually, what does he get out of it? What does he learn? What does he gain? He's a big brain player. Okay, that's cool, but what is it that he would do here? Naturally, he likes. Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. That actually doesn't. Like, what is it that he would really do here that he hasn't already done, or that he doesn't want to do on single player? Like, I know this might be a statement made of ignorance and the lack of creativity on my part, but like. He also had problem with EU server? Really? His main complaint was ping? You mean for Slash EU or Slash EU server or BNet EU server? About new EU server, and he was interested. Okay, well that was a lot more painful than it had business being, that's for sure. This was before multi-server. Yeah, that's true. See, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, Indrik... Maybe I don't know enough about Indrik, okay? Maybe you know him a lot better than I do. But as somebody who sees... Well, I mean, I was following him even before he was actively doing speedruns. But I've never really took him as like a multiplayer kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like I've seen some... Like, you know, remember Uncapable? That guy was like a lot of multiplayer shit, like, right? He'd try to make lots of different characters. He would be trading in Forum Gold, all that shite. At least I think he was trading in Forum Gold. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. Like, Indrik, like, what does the Indrik really play the game for, right? Like, I figure that it's to run cool experiments, from what I've seen on his channel. This was before he did his speedrunning, and then after he started speedrunning, he's been really trying to focus on speedrunning. He's been trying to improve on the previous records that have been set, either by him or by Slimo or whoever else. So I'm kind of like, don't really know what he would gain from playing on Slash. It would be for fun because he hates boss. He's a multiplayer guy. He loves it. Alright, well that's good. I mean, again, that's good for him. Alright, well then if that's the case, then sure, by all means. I would love to see Indrik on Slash. Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe he might, I don't know, maybe he might actually churn out to start PvPing against people too. I don't fucking know. Speedrunner because Speedrunner made his channel explode. He's trying to make money, which is fun. Is that, well, again, I don't know the guy. Is that really the case? Trying to make money, I get that. But, is that... What, speedrunning? He committed to P1 runs when he prefers PX. Yeah, I can kinda see why. Yeah, kinda guess why. Alright. Actually, he agrees P1 is stupid even. Well, yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before, and we've had a long discussion about it, so I'm not gonna fucking get back into the same discussion as we did like a couple months ago. I actually even remember it vividly. But yeah, I can see why he would say PX is stupid even. Yeah, yeah. Coming from Indrik, I can 100% understand why he would say that. Um, Probably he did the same thing as you and actually questioned why it's the norm, why it's the meta, the llama meta. Is that even really something that llama started? I doubt it. Like, yeah, like llama went with the flow, but even before llama was doing speedruns, I'm sure there were people who spammed the P1 category like no tomorrow. What the I just realized my music's been gone for some time. Gotta actually keep this up with some music. I don't want to just listen to myself talk for like the next... Well, I mean, I'm almost done my runs for the night, which is actually great. This is a good stopping point. I'm surprised you're still awake. Thought that it's like late for you. Usually you're in bed like by 11. Llama is super anti-PX, whereas other people are neutral. Why the fuck does Llama care about PX? Like, it's its own category, and it's perfectly okay for it to stay that way. I think that's totally okay. Still here. Yeah, no, you're still... Oh, well, good to see you. I was asking this question to ZZZ, though. Usually he's gone by now. But yeah, again, like, I'm largely neutral. I don't give two fucks about PX. I would... Yeah, definitely don't make it as the only available category, but to be super anti-PX just strikes me as kind of bizarre. Yeah, you say you have no idea, so you know that he's anti-PX, but you don't know why? Like what? That seems a little bit strange. Well, what did he say exactly? I don't want to just be like, oh yeah, he's super anti-PX, and then walk out of this and actually not know what the story behind this is. So I try to call out Llama on shit because he doesn't make sense. Well, again, I'm okay with people being... If you're gonna be anti-PX, fine, but you gotta have a... I feel like you should just have a reason for it. It's kind of like... I don't know. It's kind of like chicken runs, right? Like... No, that's not a good example. Pacifist runs. There you go. There's a good one. Somebody one day decided, hey, just let's start a speedrun category for being a pacifist. And no one batted an eyelash. What's the problem with PX, right? It's like a category of runs, and if a lot of people like it, let them have their PX. And a lot of people don't like it, then have their P1s. Or if a lot of people don't like it, then yeah, you can just stick with P1. A lot of people are just going to be sticking to P1 regardless. What's wrong with just having PX there? That's why well, anyway, yeah, I do find kind of strange. You will find DWeb this project. I would be glad to find a Death's Web if a fucking Unearthed one, like a unique Unearthed one drops tonight. Yo, man, I'd be super hyped. That'd be amazing. But frankly, I'm not gonna hold my breath for DWeb. As great as it'd be, I'm just more focused on finishing. I'll be happy if I can just finish the Mausoleum runs. Honestly, that'd be great. His reason is basically that's not the way he likes to do it, so he then opposes it. Okay, that's... Assuming that is the real reason, that's kind of bizarre. Like, I mean, we've had this discussion before where I told you that I don't... I think PX is fine, but I definitely don't think they should be merging P1 and PX and P8 together or anything like that. And I think it's also understandable that P1 is the norm, or is what most people consider the norm. That I think, paraphrasing what I'd said previously, that's what I can say, right? And I think I have fair reasons for it, but to just be like, hey, yeah, I don't like PX, so I'm gonna go against it is very strange. Basically self-centered. Well, again, I would love to say more, but this oh man, I would like to see where exactly he would have said this, because this strikes me as, this is one of those things that I don't really feel quite as okay just taking your word for it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like this one should actually be, like, I would actually like to see where he said this. Watch a lot of Llama, you notice many strange things. He's a weird person. Well, okay, well, everyone's weird in some way. You're weird, I'm weird. Like, that word means very little to me. Like, I'm just talking about specifically right now, here and now, for, you know, P1 versus PX. Weirder than you. Okay, that's fine though. As much as I hate to say it, I'm not surprised that there are people weirder than me. Okay, like, yeah, I like to choke on dick on my Sundays, I guess. Sure, that kind of weird. I can say shit like that, but like, yeah, there's obviously people who are stranger than I am. I get this. That's not news to me. But what I'm saying is, I try not to hate on people unless I have like a good reason for it. Like T4Ka. Okay? Like, that's an example of somebody who right? Like that's somebody who's weird in a way which negatively impacts others. Anyway, in this case, him having an opinion about the whole PX, being anti-PX, is totally okay. I don't think he's harming anyone by it. I just want to know what the justification is, and I want to know where he would say things like this, and not just be like, alright, well, he's a strange person, so yeah, that's where he would... Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, man. It was a shitty example, but yeah, I mean, I get it. I have my own weirdness, too. I mean, you're kind of a peculiar pickle yourself. But Llama, yeah. When I go down the rabbit hole of how Llama mind works, you might be surprised. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Sometimes, maybe it's because I'm a streamer myself, but it's hard for me to be hard on him on trying to analyze his psychology when I've streamed for the last 2 years with you and my channel picking apart some of the things I say too. You know, like, if it were... Yeah, no, I don't know how else to put it. I straight up don't know how else to put it. Like, and I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, or I'm not saying, like... Anyway, I just want to know where he would have said that he's anti-PX. That's basically it. I don't want to go out of my way to freaking see if this guy is like a nutcase or what, because frankly it doesn't matter to me. And frankly, I'm sure I've seen worse, both in real life and within the Twitch community. Like as a start, I got banned in DJ Waters' channel just because I told him to use telekinesis on the fucking waypoint. After that, man, my bar is pretty, like... He set the bar there, alright? Like, I don't know. I can't really... I don't want to make assumptions off of Llama. And I don't want to go and see for myself. Necessarily. I just care about this PX thing. That for me is unusual, okay? Anyway. At this point, I am talking in circles. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And it looks like I actually got another mall. So let's do that. Normal mind? Well, at least I'm not smooth brain, I guess. Ooh, let me pull my guy out of there, because apparently he's having a hard time with trying to stay alive. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know more, just watch the stream. Okay, well, to tell you what. If ever I feel like actually watching Llama, again, I'll do it. But yeah, until that happens, I'm good, dude. That is all. All right. Just like I've said before, like I don't know the guy, but I'm not really too interested in learning too much, like a ton more about him. Like I've already mentioned to you that I watch him as a content, well, as I've watched some of his streams in the past, and frankly, I'm not particularly like, oh yeah, this guy's a great streamer and I love watching him, okay? The fact that people actually, go and watch him, and I think, yeah, that says that, yeah, he is probably a good streamer, at least most people would say as such. But me personally, I don't enjoy him as much compared to a lot of other people who watch him, so I don't really pay that much. I'm not like too interested in learning like a ton more about him, if that makes sense. As for his, here we go. Before I address you, ZZZ, Fatty saying, by the way, to gamble materials, mine takes 2.2 billion gold, equals 1,000 Umrune cost, trading perspective. Yeah, or you could just make a gold fine barb, yeah. 2.2 billion, that does, imagine if you had unlimited gold in this game, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Actually, no, no, hold on. I just noticed something. You say 2.2 billion? I'm not actually even worried about the farming of 2.2 billion gold. That's not my issue. My issue is the amount of time it would take to find, I think it would be ancient armor, right? You need to actually find ancient armor in the gambling screen in order for it to roll as materials. You know how long that shit might take? It might take a while. Or maybe there's a vendor who specifically has only ancient armors, but I frankly don't think this is the case. So, again, I wonder, man. Yeah, so I'm more worried about the amount of time it takes to shop the ancient armors rather than the amount of time it takes to farm 2.2 million gold. Because honestly, Fatty, you could farm 2.5 million gold in about 5 minutes. And you just need to do that 1,000 times. That gets you to 2.5 billion, yeah? So, that's actually 5,000 minutes. I mean, this math is oversimplified. But divided by 60, that's 83 hours. Wow, I think that's about 83 hours. My math is right. Yeah, so 83 hours. Like, that's basically the amount of time you've spent this season farming runes, Fatty. Or in my case, I totally forgot about storage of where the fuck are you gonna put that amount of gold? Or maybe you farm 2.5 million gold, you gamble, and then you go and farm 2.5 million gold again. You do that for 83 hours, and you have your materials mined. That actually doesn't sound that bad in the grand scheme of things. I don't have... I myself, like I said, I don't have... yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I've already spent 40 hours on the... Wait a second. How long has this taken? 600 runs times 5 minutes. I've already spent 50 hours on this. By the time I'm done, I'm going to have spent about almost like 100 hours or whatnot. So basically, I'm already halfway to 2.2 billion gold, you know? Anyway. Let's see. As for his... Yeah, so there you go, Fatty. That's what I'm going to say. 2.2 billion gold? Are you sure it's 2.2 billion, not 2.2 trillion? 2.2 billion sounds a lot more reasonable than I would have expected, to be quite honest. He's saying, as for his anti-PX statements, he isn't going to be like, I hate PX, but he basically tells all his viewers that PX is a joke and makes fun of it and refuses to acknowledge it as legitimate. Till today, he refuses to label his runs as P1. He just refuses to acknowledge PX even exists. He does the same thing with Indrix Classic runs, also jail strats. TCP IP strats, that one's a weird one. But anyway, a game for 20k to 30k hours. Yes, also claims 25k hours. Not sure about you guys. Frankly, I don't think I have 25k hours. I'm just thinking, how many hours would I have? Definitely not as much as you guys. Probably at most 10,000 hours. At most. Not nearly as much as you guys. And to be on, yeah, casual. Honestly, casual. In the grand scheme of things. No, honestly, I won't even call myself casual. The problem is, as uncasual as I am, you are more uncasual than I am, and Llama's a content creator, like an honest to goodness full-time D2 player content creator. I cannot compete with that as a casual D2 player, okay? Too much time playing Dota and COD. Oh, yes, but of course. It's all the Dota and the COD. And don't forget OSRS too. No, dude. Yeah, like, for me, I love this game. But, frankly, I've played more than... Well, I mean, so have you, so has Llama, but I feel like I have a much more even spread of hours across the games that I've played in my lifespan, if that makes any sense. Yeah, anyway. OSRS. Yeah, look, so my number 2 game is CS 1.6. Ooh, yeah, that's... So I see you are a man of culture. Anyway, just wanted to say quickly, though, this is something that I've wanted to get off my chest for a long time. I definitely know that there was a video he made a long time ago that was, how did it go? Maybe you'll remember the exact... You know, I'm gonna go fetch it, okay? I'm gonna go fetch it right after I finish this back. Number 3 is Overwatch? Okay, I see. Hold on a second, let me actually just check something. Yeah, 10,000, man, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm trying to think, like, what game have I spent the most number of hours on, and how many hours have I spent on that game? It's really hard to say. Anyway, hold on, let's see, it's, what was it called? Oh, yeah. This was it. Fastest Diablo 2 speedrun ever. That was the name of the video. I distinctly remember this. Because, low-key, I thought this was worded in such a way where... Yeah, I feel like this was worded in such a way where it was low-key clickbait. Maybe not even low-key clickbait here. I'll even link you guys to it specifically. Okay? Again, not trying to give Llama... not trying to shit on Llama or anything, but to be honest, when I saw this video, first thing I thought to myself was, oh wow, this is going to be the fastest Diablo 2 speedrun, and it's like 33 minutes. This was like a long time ago. This is, well, maybe not even a long time ago. This was 2018. This was 2 years ago. And in this video, I think what he said was you could get the run down to an hour, like at the time the max or the fastest speed run on P1 was like an hour 15, I think, to clear normal, or like an hour 10, and he was like, oh, the fastest it could possibly go is an hour 5, and I was like, how would you know this? Like, you could theorize about it. I mean, not even factoring just the fact that it was clickbait, kind of like, it just didn't sit well with me, but I let that slide. The thing about this video is, like, when he says, like, it could go down... Well, already we can see that Indrik's beaten it. He got it to, like, an hour and, like, 2 a long time ago. Like, not even a long time ago, a couple months ago. But when I listened to this video, I was, like, thinking to myself, like, there's people who, even right now, are saying, like, oh, I could have saved this amount of time... Oh, I could have saved a lot of time on this area, or I could have... saved a lot of time on this area, and there's like different things that can still be done that people have, like, just don't try, right? Like, what if tomorrow somebody straight up said, Yeah, I know how to find first way arcane every time. Wouldn't the average run speed go down on these speedruns, right? Like, or maybe if like somebody discovered a new secret to how the maps are generated in Great Marsh, Flare Jungle, or somebody discovered a faster way to clear chaos, or somebody like let's say Ryu suddenly discovered one day, huh, like Fireball Sork is actually really strong for the first half of the game. Then if I respec it over to Blizz Sork, then it's much better. Or Nova Sork. I don't know, right? Like I just feel like to be like, oh yeah, we're already like the most we can shave off is like an additional couple minutes, but we'll never hit like a little under an hour. For me, that just never sat well with me. That just straight up didn't sit well with me in the sense that I was like I'm not a speedrunner, okay? Like I'm not a pro player. I never have been. I never will be. Even 2018 me, like I admit, like I was like, okay, I'm not the best, but I just feel like that it was wrong. Like straight up, not a lot of the information was wrong. Like he had definitely had reasons for citing like, okay, well this is why I think I can only go down to like a minute or an hour 10. But I was like, yeah, but you know, what if there's like a lot in this game that people are still discovering to this day? For the longest time, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the world record for beating the game was held not by a Sork, but by a fucking assassin, right? A long time ago. So like when I see shit like this, I'm kind of like, you know, why only an hour 5? You can take it down farther than that. Even Indrik is trying to go sub 1 hour, or I don't know if he hit sub 1 hour. I don't think he has. But after he hits sub 1 hour, then yeah, probably the next goal will be trying to get it down to 55 minutes. And people already did things like ditch Tal Eth off of Countess, or attempt first run Tal Eth. People didn't do that before. People would use Countess as their go-to leveling spot, right? And that's all they would do. You don't have to keep doing that. That's kind of what the fun of the game is. It's in kind of experimenting and trying different things. Maybe the fastest you can go by going Tal Eth off of Countess and all that shite is... It was also saying first ever 1 hour speedrun. It was only the first... Wait, hold on. What? Assassin... Wait. Is now saying sub 40-minute PX. Okay, yeah, see, that... See, I believe that. See, I can get behind that. Like, people keep finding ways to push down the time. And we've talked about this even yesterday too with the not yesterday, on Sunday. I think we talked about it. I don't know if you remember. I'm sure you do though, ZZ. We talked about a pluggy speedrunning and shit like that. And anyway, basically one of the topics that came up was you said that like speedruns, like finding discoveries in speedruns is a gradual process. Sometimes it takes years for people to discover things that weren't previously known about the game, right? So yeah, here I'm like thinking to myself, I don't know. Like, even when we take Llama's word at face value for P1, not PX. We can even just ignore PX for a second. Like, why not? Sure. All right, I'll humor it. Like, the fact that Indra can do sub 4 is theorizing sub 40-minute PX is hilarious. But beyond that, like even just looking at P1, looking at just P1, sub 1 is probably already possible, which is a far cry from the 110 that he had already listed, with the discoveries that have been made and are still continuing to be made, right? So I think that's just my spiel. Anyway, so let's see what you guys are talking about here. For Southeast Asia GS server, why not Southwest Asia? It could be closer. Singapore not close to you. Also saying first ever sub 1 hour speedrun when it was only... Llama also was saying, first ever sub 1 hour speedrun when it's only the first P1 run after PX had already been done sub 1 hour. That one, you're not going to agree with me on this one. I wouldn't blame you. I can understand that one. I feel like is not. I mean, it sits better with me than that video where it was like fastest Diablo 2 speedrun ever and commentary, because that one, it makes it sound like, at least to me, it makes it sound no, yes, 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 yes. Because when I see fastest Diablo 2 speedrun ever and commentary, the impression I get off of that is, oh, yeah, this was the fastest Diablo 2 speedrun that has ever been done, and here is my commentary on top of it. That is what I interpret off that title. When I hear the video you linked is obviously a joke title, no, that is not a joke title. That's dead fucking serious. No, that's a fucking... No. No, that's not... No. No, no, no. That's not a joke title. That you... It's a joke. Real... How is that a joke title? You're meaning to tell me that, and it's not an April the 1st video either, that he fucking made this and he's like, this is gonna be a glorious title. No, for me, I look at that and that's dead ass clickbait. Like, that is dead ass clickbait. Whoosh. Ugh, whatever. Anyway, man, I don't care either way. Like, for me, I look at this, I'm like, yeah, this is absolutely misleading. And in the case of... Do you even watch YouTube? No, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, all I'm saying is in the case of the other one, like, some people don't really... Some people consider PX to be a cheat code. You probably don't. Or no, you definitely don't. No comment on that. But like... For Llama to actually write something like that, it's like, you could maybe kind of justify it by being like, alright, maybe he's factoring in that, yeah, not everyone's going to consider PX as a legitimate category, alright? But there is no way you could say fastest speedrun ever and in good faith tell me, oh, yeah, this is definitely what he meant. It's like, what the fuck? And then you're like, oh, it was clickbait. You'll make joke titles all the time. Then you watch the video. It's like, what the fuck? Then you're like, oh, it was clickbait. No, dude. I did not get that vibe. But maybe I'm the dumb one here. Maybe I'm the odd one out. But I just legit, when I first saw this video, when I first listened to it, I'm like, he seems serious about this. He seems dead ass serious about this. Maybe he wasn't. But that's the interpretation I got of it. That's why for me, when I see that, that just does not sit well with me. Immediately got the joke. Alright. Well, whatever, man. Not a cheat code! A code requires actual code, like ABABXY. Well, I got one for you. /players8. Boom. Done. I don't know what more you want me to say, man. It's kind of like if you're playing, you know, The Sims and you had to type, what was it? NWC, or no, sorry, not NWC. It was, frick, what were it was a famous cheat code. Sims cheat codes. They use the same cheat code. Ah, here we go. Kaching and Motherload. There you go. Motherload is the name of that cheat code, right? And I type in Motherload. That's a cheat code. The same thing as Players 8 in a way. You watch the run, he drops like rare jabs from the first monster, then the runes from zombies and Kata. It's a joke. Okay, well, sure. After Mausoleum runs, what's next? I wanted to, well, it depends. I don't know how long it's going to take me to finish these Mausoleum runs, frankly. By the time I finish these Maus runs, we might be in the next season. And if we're not in the next season, then I have to evaluate how much wealth I have and see if I can show you guys that super secret awesome build that I wanted to, I wanted to showcase. And I wasn't planning to do like 1,000 runs with it or anything. I just wanted to show you guys another cool, unusual build, right? You know how like last season with my martial arts assassin, I wanted to show you guys what my fully decked out assassin looks like, and I was talking about trying to show what Dragon Tailor could do. Well, yeah, that's basically all I wanted to do. I wanted to show you guys another cool, unusual build, and that's good enough for me. Alright. Or then they do things like give you infinite gold, or life, or reveal the map. That is a fucking cheat code, you turd. Changing the difficulty is not a cheat code. Uh-huh. But you inputted in the chat all the same. Right? Like, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I am just saying. I don't give a rat's ass about Players X personally. Alright? I'm just saying that if somebody, devil's advocate, wanted to try and justify it on behalf of Llama, that's how I would imagine they would justify it, and I can understand that at the very least. Me personally, I don't, it's weird because I don't consider Players X to be a cheat code, but I also don't think it belongs in the same category as Players 1, which is the norm, which I think is a fair assessment. But again, you might disagree with that too. I don't know. I don't really give a shit either way. Okay, I'll probably mule at the end of these upcoming runs because I actually have some stuff to. Do I really care much for this? The spoiled brat 9-year-old that thinks you cheated because you fucking lost. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, that's some frustration right there. I thought you were referring to me. Well, it sounds like you have it in for Llama. Again, I mean, that's... Hey, man, that's on you. Goes to his mom. Okay, well, that's, again, a story for another time. I'm on my last 2 runs, so I'm just gonna say my conclusion, my closing remarks on you and Llama. Honestly, I'm largely indifferent to Llama. You seem to have issues with him. That's maybe you got some justification for it, but man, dude, you are going hard against him. I don't know, man. I don't know what he did to you, but shit. I want to, but I like PX more in Classic. Fair enough. Anyway, the last thing I wanted to say, because I never actually got a chance to really talk about this earlier when I wanted to, since we get super sidetracked. Oh, and here's another thing to get sidetracked on too. Godly Insight Thresher on slash subreddit. Yeah, I did actually. Oh yeah, and that's right. ZZ was doing a Bard playthrough. How is that going? Still level 1. Okay. I know that you were running a Sork and leveling the Sork first. I don't know what the what your plan there is. Okay, D2 bless my runs today, thank you. I hope you find... I don't know, I hope you find a fucking Templar's Mine, alright? There you go, there's my blessing. Take that, fatty. Me, Sork? No, there was the game called ISO D2 stream. You were in that game, and I could have sworn you were a Sork. Really? Okay. That was you on the Blizzard. No, that was not me on the fucking Blizzard. I did not join your game with the fucking Blizzard. Anyway, whatevs, dude. Is Latromi the guy who fucking was bragging about getting a burn from cows with his fucking 8-minute cow runs? I could have sworn that was him. Same guy who was talking about LK having 2 super chests instead of 3 super chests or 6 super chests. Saying the Blizzard story. Alright, well, whatever. Fake news. Anyway, look. You know what? Maybe I'll save that topic for another time. Actually, that would be good. Nice discussion for next week that I'll save it for because I want to rush it. We were talking earlier about like different ideas that I had for if I wanted to actually make content on this channel. There's definitely a lot of other avenues I could have taken for views if that was all I was going for. I think probably would have sold. Just for starters, like, yeah, like running these 1,000 runs of like chaos AT pits. Like, there's other people who have done them now, true, but it would have been nice to be one of the first. And I think if I had done that, that I think that that's one of many things for which I think that if I had done that, then more people would have gained some, or I would have gained a bit more exposure to other people who actually look up Diablo 2 content. Let's see, level 16 Sork, he died. All my characters easy because I need to maintain my brand and name recognition. Yeah, you own up to that. That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. You just love fucking being known as that guy on Slash. You enjoy it, don't you? I'll bet you do. I like your chill streams better. That's good to hear. I appreciate that, LeBron. But yeah, what happened with Llama, says Noodles, Ayal. Hey Noodles, nice to see you. I don't think anything really happened with Llama. It's just ZZZ doesn't even really have beef with Llama. It's just that ZZZ can't really make sense of Llama's logic if I'm understanding the situation correctly. I also want to say I had a bad day, so I was grumpy. This was you on a bad... I mean, I don't mean this in... I don't mean this as an insult. This was you on a bad day? Damn, dude. I couldn't tell the difference. Well... Yeah, didn't realize you had a bad day. Sorry to hear that, man. Make some noodles and eat. Well, you'll have all the time to do that, or all the time in the world to do that in a couple of moments, because this is going to be my last run. So, yeah, thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. This is probably going to be where I wrap it up. So, mega low. I don't know what more to say than that. I thought you were just being you. This is you usually. I frankly don't know. Oh, man. If you were to do a Holy Grail, would you take it seriously or no? Okay, how do I break this to you in a way where it makes sense? Simply put, this is a silly question to ask because I simply would never do a Holy Grail. There is no way I could possibly take a Holy Grail seriously for all the mentions I listed to you. I ranted about this for 20 minutes. There is no way I could take a Holy Grail seriously. Yeah, I would never do it, but if I had to, there's no way I could be like, oh, I really wish I could get chilled. No, man. No, bro. No, bro. That is beyond me, dude. How many burr... Okay, look, Noodles, you're in the wrong season, okay? 0 burrs, 0 jaws, 0, well, orange boxes. But I'm gonna tell you what I did find. A cham. I don't know what more to tell you, man. This is some good shit. This is, I like how this mausoleum is probably like the longest mausoleum I've seen all of today. Also, PX is my baby. And anything bad about PX will have the full force of my wrath. Yeah, hey man, all the power to you. All the power to you. Hey, look, I mean, PX I think is great. I think PX is especially great because it's kind of like, it's like, for single player, PX is the category in which you can get like, you can really push the limits of what's possible in this game, right? I've talked in the past about how I like watching Indrik because he's somebody whose his content, at least to me, this is the vibe I get, is kind of like, part of it is about trying to like push the limits of the game and seeing what's possible, right? And with PX, you get to maximize that potential of what's possible in this game, which I think is great. I think it's fucking awesome. Jam! Yeah, I know. On 360p, that's the best setting. Skipping, I have it on auto. Okay, yeah, my net is also kind of wonky too, so my I get drop frames every now and then. But apparently people can hear me just fine, so I don't fucking understand, dude. Although I guess I think the that issue isn't as bad today as it was last time last Wednesday when I streamed, so that's kind of nice. Before Cham dropped D2D2 was saying find those GG. Well, I mean, I'm still saying find those GG items. I fucking want that. Dude, I actually want to get D-Web or like Griffins so I could kind of sell it and, you know, buy my Enigma. That'd be great. Fireclaws is sick though. Oh, well, that's great to hear. I'm glad you think that the Fireclaws Druid is sick. Like, I have a lot of fun with it. I actually much prefer this over the Martial Arts Assassin because the Martial Arts Assassin, it was fun in its own right, especially because of how challenging it was. But at the end of the day, like, the Martial Arts Assassin just, it was a lot of work to play. I don't know how else to put it. But here, with the Fireclaws Druid, the gameplay is just so simple, so straightforward. You basically just run up to a monster, and you just swing as many times as you can. And you attack 7.5 times per second. So, yeah, it's no joke. It hits pretty hard. And, I mean, unfortunately, in this game, there's too many fire immunes at places where it actually matters. So can't really feasibly run this build anywhere, like in a lot of the areas I'd love to run it at, but I mean, hey, it's pretty well. Okay, that's a lie. I could hybrid physical fire and go pits with it, but anyway, I don't know. It's fun. It's a fun build. It's literal. It quite literally slaps, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun to play, and it's so simple, so straightforward, and doesn't really require a lot of high-end equipment in order to really function, which I think is just fantastic. I don't know how else to say it. So yeah, all in all, I'm glad I came up with this build. I'm glad I showed it to you guys and y'all got a good laugh out of it, and that you guys actually enjoy the way it works. It's awesome. I don't think there is going to be a next Noodles. I have to finish 1,000 Mausoleum, and this was run number 600, and I still have 400 more to go. Probably I'm going to be here until the end of the season trying to finish this build, which might be a bit of a disappointment, but frankly, like, unless I find a Jaw or a Burr, I'm not going to be able to really finish or showcasing the other build I wanted to show, because I need an Enigma for it. And I also need to finish the 1,000 Moz run. Like, that's the main goal for me this season, right? I'd rather finish that before I start tackling on anything else, so you kind of get the idea. I don't even look at the stream. I'm too busy typing in chat. Yeah, fair enough. So I don't know how to drop frames. Yeah, some idiot running around has a bear in an empty tomb as... What? What are you talking about? In as empty tomb auto attack Annie? What the fuck are you talking about? 100% sure you will find orange box. 100% sure? Damn, dude. That's some strong faith. Well, you better put your money on the line because we got another 400 runs to go. I found 2 purple boxes, Cham and Vex. Funny enough, I predicted 2 purple boxes, so I'm quite happy that I've already hit my quota. 2, at most 3. That was my guess. But yeah, we'll see about the orange boxes. I also predicted 1 orange box, but we'll see if this holds. Glacial Trail. Okay, so going back to Glacial Trail, yeah, Glacial Trail itself doesn't sound like a bad area to farm, but yeah, no, it would not be a bad area to farm, assuming I wasn't doing the Moz project. Earlier when I said, you know, there's not enough places where there aren't fire immunes. I was talking more along the lines of like the 85 areas, and just anywhere where I could get like, well, I guess I could run cows technically, but well, I was thinking more along the lines of like chaos. Okay, I was thinking like chaos where I can't kill infective souls ever. I was thinking about pits where I have to deal with fallen, and I mean, even like cows, I'd have to whack the cows one at a time. Like, it just sounds like a big fat mess. So that's more what I meant, just to be specific here. That's way better than I thought you'd get. No, oh, don't worry about it, dude. I'm not gonna take offense to Look, man, I have ZZZ in my chat, alright? You cannot possibly get more insulting than ZZZ, so yeah, like, you don't need to apologize for saying that it turned out better than you expected, because frankly, yeah, this build turned out even better than I expected, so... Could do Pindle. Well, yeah, assuming that they don't all charge and amp me on the first hit, then yeah, should be good. But yeah, I mean, this build turned out roughly as good as I was expecting it to be honest with you. I'd already tested it beforehand in the past, and it turned out all right. It's just a question of putting the character together and showing you guys how fun it can be. I don't know how else to put it. It's a fun character, and I remember the reactions you guys had when I showed it off for the first time. Like, with the 6 Shelled Phase Blade. Ah, that was a lot of fun. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I think that's really the bottom line here. Alright, let's go get the Maul's Mule. Maul's. There it is. This build is shit, but it's better than the M-Asin by far. See, yeah, there you go. See, ZZZ. The cold, hard truths, I guess. Cham, Paul, alright. And Vex, Cham, Paul. Alright, there we go. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, this thing right here needs to be sold. I need to sell this bad boy pronto. That is something I'm probably going to make a post for right after I sign off this evening. So that's what I'm going to do. What about some of those 85 areas in Act 3? I'm not gonna lie, I actually didn't consider doing... Oh, somebody brought up the idea in the comment section of my YouTube video, or YouTube VOD. The idea of doing Kuros temples. I hadn't actually thought to try that. But I think that some of the monsters in those 85 areas are actually fire immune, if I'm not mistaken. So, I'm not sure. Can't remember. Yeah, bro, M-Asin kicks your arse, easy. Oh man, worse than the Zon and Druid. Which Zon are you referring to? I think the Swapcast Tele Bozon was just fine. Like okay, yeah, it had 2-minute runs rather than the little over a minute on the Poison Mancer, but you know, whatever. Thought I would miss the 5k Pindles on. Oh yeah, you were around for that. And the Druid too. Yeah, I don't know. I take that over this Moz Bear shit. Yeah, that's messed up, bro. Yeah. My BOTD Ghost Sphere Merc gets 5 FPA. You only got 6 FPA. It's 4 FPA, actually. It's 4 FPA. Mutta. I don't know what you mean. You count this season not even playing. I have a level 1 barb. So basically, you haven't gotten started. Kurast. Yes. GG, dude. Nice GC, fine grats. Yo, thanks. Yeah. It's my, fine for the season. Don't really know what more to say than that. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I gotta get the Charms Mule, although I think my Charms Mule is also kinda full. My Merc is still more impressive than Spirit. Well, good for you, except your fucking Merc doesn't exist because you don't have a fucking character this season, so get the fuck out of here. Even if you get 4 FP, I don't care. Yeah. You're so good. Is that what you want to hear? You're so fucking good. You're so good. Wow. I wish I were ZZZ, guys. Oh, look at me. I have my fucking bear, or no, I have my Merc who can attack at 4 FPA. Big fucking whoop. Ooh. Not me, my Merc. Oh, wow, non-ladder. Ooh. You happy yet? Cast Amp, CE, boom. Wow. Oh. Would you like a cookie? Alright. For real though, I think I'm almost done here. Just need to highly skilled build, you motherfucker. Where's my Rares Mule? Damn, I actually don't have a rares. Oh, yeah, I do have a rares mule. Then fall asleep in cow level. Yeah, cow level. I sleep. CE Necro. I mean, I'm telling you, that's one of the things I wholeheartedly agree with you on. No. Like, no, hold on. No, sorry. No, I'm mistaken. The thing that I'm indifferent to the name CE Necro. Like, I see where you're coming from, the CE Necro. The name that bothers me the most was fucking Fishy Mancer. People called it that. I would sooner call it a CE Necro than a Fishy Mancer. That's what it was. I remember we talked about this a long time ago, because why the fuck does everyone call it a fucking Fishy Mancer when it's not even the same fucking build? You fucking max out fucking Blood Golem. Like, get the fuck out of here trying to call it a CE or like a Fishy Mancer. Like, just call it a CE Necro at the very least, and that for sure triggers ZZ more so than that triggers ZZ more on the ZZZ end, but yeah, man, I'm telling you, do not call it a fucking Fishy Mancer. Like, that shit just makes me want to tear my hair out and just leave Slash for good. Like just ooh. Yeah. 1990 was saying Slashdiablo would have been perfect. They prohibited map hacks, in my opinion. Well, first of all, welcome to the stream. It's funny because you caught me at a time where I was just about to sign off for the night. It's funny because we had a 20-minute discussion about this, me and ZZZ, and he ZZZ and I, like, ZZ was ranting about it for so long, talking about how everyone's so anti-map hack. Oh man, maybe I'll let ZZ try to convince you otherwise, but me personally, if I had a choice, 1-9, I would prefer to play on Slash without map hack. But alas, this is as close as we can get to. This is honestly the closest, the closest to the original D2 experiences I can get, without having to resort to fucking botnet or while playing with others. So basically, none of this bnet garbage and no pluggy either, right? So yeah, I'll take it. Exactly what I said. Map hack, holding Slash hack, ban the hackers. Hate it, man. I love no hate. You guys are fucking... Anyway, I don't know, man. Like, maybe we can discuss this another time. I know it's kind of silly that I'm just about to hop off just as you had mentioned this. It would have been nice to have a nice long chat about this, but yeah, dude, I think it would probably be better. We'd be better off without the map hack in theory, but I also don't care much for it. To be honest, I just don't care much for it. Like whatever. The fact that map hack's here, I just roll with it. Like, whatever. It's not a big deal for it. Never really has been. The characters themselves, the items, except for the Nihilist, which is an understandable exception. Like, that kind of stuff remains untouched, and even the monsters themselves remain untouched, so I'm quite happy with where Slash is. And, I mean, that's my take on it. Not everyone's going to be happy with it. A lot of people are going to, like, don't play Slash partially because of map hack, and that's fine, but me, I don't give a shit. Got wrecked by D2D2 tonight, that's all I know. No, hold on, no. I did no such thing. I don't wreck ZZZ. We just have very heated discussions. Okay? But I will admit though that trying to compare the streamers who the content creators who pull in the most views and the best content creators came out of left field. But aside from that, everything else is fair game, I think. Not sure what stream you're watching. The bot on YouTube. Oh man. Which sarcastic clap. I do that a fair bit. Like, anyway, that's fine, man. Nah, you jebaited me? I did not jebait you. You jebaited yourself with Extimus and Dobrunsky's comment. Yeah, man, I did not debate you. I was talking strictly in terms of like people who are watching, and then you just fucking show up out of nowhere. You just threw that down there. Well, yeah. Yeah, which is a fair and accurate assessment. It was a fair and accurate assessment. Like, I appreciate that you think so highly of my channel, but it's a fair and accurate assessment. I'm just spitting facts here. Like, okay, yeah, sometimes I talk out of my ass. I admit that, yeah, and you know sometimes when I'm talking out of my ass too, easy. That's fine. But, I'm right when I say that those guys, if they're streaming, people will watch them over me right now, right? Like, that's just a fact. So when other people are like, "Oh yeah, shame that there's only 3 viewers for Diablo 2," I had to say, "Well, that's just because I myself don't have enough exposure." That was, we had 11. Are we actually 11? Oh, that's so funny. I didn't even realize we made it to 9. My restream viewer counter has been broken. I thought this entire time we've been at 7, and that's including the YouTube people too. Brunsky get, yeah, poor D2D2. Hardly, yeah, it says 9 for me too now. Um, yeah, I would hardly call myself poor D2D2. 9 is more than what a lot of people get, and frankly, you know, that's... I was gonna joke and say that's 9 more than I was expecting, but in all seriousness, that's probably like 6 more than I was expecting for just streaming something like Slash, just messing around with different builds. Because D2D2 uses mapping. They left from your comment. Yeah, the anti-Mapac guy is gone. I don't know. I don't even know if he is that anti-Mapac. He said that it would be perfect without Mapac, but I don't. Well, I don't know if he's like super strong. Well, yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. God, 100%. I don't know. Are you still here? 1990? Are you still here? ZZZ's calling you out. He's saying the anti-Mapac guy is gone. All right. That's an anti-Mapac statement if I ever heard one. Alright, well, you know what, before we get into another discussion about the same shit, there are some things that I did want to say, that I want to address that I didn't get a chance to earlier. I mentioned lately how the orange, purple, red color system is also for ADS. I make my own filter, so you guys can go to hell with that shit. Whoa, that is just rage. Like, you are angry. Like, you need to go get yourself some ice cream and get some Z's, okay? Like, come on, ZZZ. Like, that is just rude and harsh and uncalled for, and... yeah, whatever. Their cheat code. Yeah. Yesterday's COA. Yesterday was a random Russian or Chinese guy in my game who didn't speak English. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this was the last comment I wanted to address. It was from LeBron, actually. Are you still here, LeBron? Because, yeah, you get the honor of getting the last comment. Butter pecan ice cream. Okay, thinking about it. Alright. Okay, good, you're still here. Bro, have a wank and meditate. I don't know about a wank and meditate, but this guy needs to go get some Z's, okay? He said himself, he was grumpy. So I think it's fair to say, whoa, hold on there. We don't deserve that. We don't deserve to be judged. Whoa, to say go to hell with that shit? Whoa, man. Now that's harsh. That's overly harsh. Pecan. I don't know, freaking peckin', okay? Like, I don't know how you want me to say it. But anyway, ZZ, you have yourself a good night. I'm gonna be hopping off in just a second. But yeah, it was a good chat. Thanks again, as always, for tuning in. Not sure how I feel about today's discussion. I have very mixed feelings about pretty much every topic that we talked about. My opinion about myself and you remains unchanged, but anyway, I got an orange box. Anyway, easy. LeBron. So the thing that I wanted to address from earlier, because this is going to be a topic that I'll talk about for next stream. You were talking about how you enjoy my chill streams better versus other types of content that I could have put out. I think that it's a very interesting claim to make because there's like a lot of other like I could have done my chill streams. I could have done my chill streams, but in a very different way. Like, I could have done them where sometimes I'm playing POD, I could have done them in such a way where I'm streaming 3 times a week rather than 1, and the occasional 2, I guess. Right? Like, there's just a lot of different approaches I could have taken. Also, I was also talking about, like, originally I was talking about how I could grow as a content creator, and I use content creator specifically, not streamer, because like I could have also branched out and put out more videos on YouTube, and the ideas that I had, like I definitely had a lot of ideas that will never see the light of day. I just don't have the time for it or the interest. But they're definitely thoughts that I've tinkered, or things that I've tinkered about, or like thought about. I've tinkered with these things in my brain, and I've theorized about them, but what ideas I had will have to wait until next stream. I'll talk to you guys more about ideas that... I've actually mentioned them before. Things, well, ideas that might have sold, but you know what? Maybe I'll just leave that for next time, I guess. Is your name ironic because you get no sleep, or are you just bored? See my very own global emote. Okay, don't be jelly. Not could hardly be jealous or jelly of you. I mean, I was trying to come up with a good comeback, but it's past midnight, so I've run out of creative juices. Love your work, by the way. Talking about ZZZ's work or my work, anyway. Because on being at, my favorite thing to say was always ZZZ when waiting for TP or game or anything. Yeah. Makes sense. Also, I wanted to make a name for Twitch with only 1 letter or number, something that was not a word. The multi-layered shit, man. Stand for anything I can dig. Oh, okay, cool. Wow, that's really a work of art. Anyway, but yeah, that's basically what I was saying, LeBron. That's all I was saying. Yeah, it was just more or less. I was just musing, contemplating my kind of where I'm at with this channel, like, and what you guys seen and have seen. And yeah, I mean, ZZ was originally talking about like things I should do to grow the channel, and honestly I've thought about that and so much more, but of course I don't care much for growing the channel, so I'm never going to be doing that. Anyway, I'll just make the case say Z, and sometimes people ask, is it Z or Z, and I say both. Okay, well, you do that. Alright, that's basically it for me, guys. That was the last remark. Hope you enjoyed that last comment directed to you, LeBron. But otherwise, yeah, it's time for me to hop off for the night. As always, I hope you guys enjoyed the GGs. Yes, indeed. But yeah, I think this is where I'm gonna leave off. Yeah, GGs. Yeah, guys. Well, that's it for me. Okay, everyone. Thanks again for tuning in. Really appreciate you all hanging out. Had a lot of fun today. Very fun discussions. The 3 hours passed by. How many hours has it been? Yeah, the 4 hours passed by. They were super fast. We are now at run number 600 of Mausoleum. Yeah, when we come back, it will be run number 601. And once again, I'm going to have to, right after this, sell off that Cold Skiller. So, ZZZ1, D2, D2, 0. Is that really? No, you have it as backwards. D2, D2, 69, ZZZ, 0. Boom, done. Alright, guys. Night, D2, D2, GG. Yeah, you too, Noodles. Thanks again for tuning in, guys. Really appreciate it. Don't know what more to say. So, hopefully I'll see you guys again next Wednesday. Hope you all have a lovely week. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. One with that sarcastic clapping. I don't even remember what I said with the sarcastic clap. That's what I always do. And you're just giving ZZ shit, so I don't even... Cheat coder, get the fuck out of here. Good night, D2. Yeah, same to you, LeBron. I still don't... No, hold on. What did I... Anyway, whatever. We're gonna be here all day. I still don't even remember... I don't even remember what I said with the sarcastic clap. This is like the usual for me, but yeah, I'll be here all night if I talk to you guys about this. I'm gonna hop off before I stick around for longer than I need to. All right, I'll have to go sell that cold skull. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope to see you guys again next Wednesday. Enjoy your week. Have appreciate y'all watching, and that's pretty much all I gotta say. So when we come back next Wednesday, we shall continue on with the Moz runs. Yeah, I don't know how many I'll do, but we'll do a bunch. And maybe we'll talk about ideas that I had that never came to light. So, clap for my Merc. He is a hell of a Merc. Best Merc ever made. Wow, good for you. Alright, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, this is D2D2, signing out.